All right. Good evening and welcome to the City Council special meeting of Tuesday, February 28th, 2023 at 5 p.m. Two items on the agenda. The first of the items is discussion regarding the Home American Rescue Plan Act allocation plan. Lisa.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, Lisa Craig, Planning Department. I wanted to have this opportunity to come before you guys to talk about this particular funding source that the city has been awarded. It came from the same ARPA funds that you guys worked through with the city money, with the same legislation, but it is, instead of going through the Treasury, it's going through HUD, so they put a few extra little twists on it. And this will come before council on March 14th in a public hearing for consideration of this. But I have to be perfectly honest with you guys in that this is the most complicated, convoluted funding source that I have ever worked through. It has the usual components of the home funding, which we receive every year, but then it had a lot of extra little twists with the American Rescue Plan. And so I'm going to go through this pretty fast because if not, you guys are going to fall asleep. So, as I said, Home ARP came through the American Rescue Plan. We were mandated by HUD to follow a certain process to develop an allocation plan, similar to what you guys did with the ARPA funds. Much more difficult in that they threw a twist in there that these funds have to be used by what's called a qualifying population. And so I'll get to that. The ARP program, it was $5 billion that came to various, what's called a participating jurisdiction that the city of Norman is. The regulations was a 97-page document that was a Federal Register 97-page little print. And they targeted it to poverty, renters in poverty, and primarily assisting homelessness. So the city of Norman was awarded $1.56 million, and we went through a consultation and public participation process, which is still ongoing. Public comment starts tomorrow and goes through March 20th, and so the public hearing is right in the middle of that. We developed a needs assessment and gaps analysis. Then we established the eligible activities based upon what that needs assessment and the gaps analysis showed us. Came up with some production goals, and then we talked about preferences and referral methods, which I'll go into a lot more detail. And when I say we, it was City of Norman staff, the Continuum of Care, the Housing Authority. There were multiple consultations in this. We've had 2 additional public hearings already. We did an online survey, and so the outreach was pretty broad to gather input from the stakeholders. Back in December of 21, Council accepted a contract from HUD, a little over $78,000. Because of the complexity of this process, HUD went ahead and said, please take 5% of your eligible admin dollars so that your staff can start to prepare this or hire a consultant to do it. We did it in-house. Step number 2 is where we are right now, is we've developed the allocation plan. Like I said, it's going to go out for public review. And then once council has approved the allocation plan, we go to HUD, they have 45 days to review it. We have to have it submitted by March 31st to HUD. They review for 45 days. At that point, they can return it to us for more information or approve it. And then from that point, we will develop RFPs for the activities that we've identified. And unlike the city ARPA funds, we have until September 30th, 2030 to actually expend these. So it's a little bit longer time frame for these. And so this is what we did as we developed this. We went through a consultation process, needs assessment, gaps analysis, discovered the nuances of the different activities, dug into what the actual specific requirements for those activities were, had a public participation process, and then hopefully on the 14th, everything gets signed and shipped off to HUD. So the consultation process, HUD mandated that we had to reach out to these groups, which was the continuum of care, homeless and domestic violence, service providers, veterans groups, public housing agencies, public agencies that address the needs of the qualifying populations, which I'll go over here in just a little bit. Pretty much they cast that net very, very wide. So pretty much since last September, Tara and I have been on the phone in Zoom meetings, sitting down face-to-face, doing online surveys, compiling all of this information to go towards the needs assessment and gaps analysis. Now, February of 22, Homebase came and did a presentation. And as part of that process, they did a very detailed needs assessment gaps analysis, which we used as the foundation and updated it. We had current point-in-time numbers, some housing numbers and things like that. So we used that as the basis and then updated that, and then pulled in some additional information that HUD wanted us to look at, which is called the Comprehensive Housing Affordability Strategy. And that is the document that they talk about the percentage of the population in Norman by different income groups that are rent burdened. And so we compiled all of this information as the basis on how we are going to program these funds. And all of this data is included within this document because, you know, we'd like to be able to say, oh, this would be fun, let's do this. But HUD doesn't like that. They want to see the numbers on how we're justifying what we would like to do. And so with the activities, we determined, based on that gaps analysis and the needs from the consultations, the types of projects we wanted to do, the restrictions that HUD put on this funding. Then we have a process that we go through. You are capped at 15% of administrative funds. We're taking the full 15%. Normally HUD funds have a cap of 20%, but they reduced it for this because not only was the actual allocation plan development very staff intensive, we now have to perform these projects and get them finished and monitor them throughout their period of affordability. And so we have, with these projects, the various descriptions that tie back to the gap analysis as well as the HUD requirements. Qualifying populations. They identified 4 populations. Y'all have all heard me talk about this. Category 1, which is homeless, literally homeless, at risk of homelessness, which is Category 2, fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, which is Category 3. And then they threw another one in there that said other populations that may be, you know, in need of assistance. It was nice and broad, you know. And there was like 3 pages where they described all these different things. And then the eligible activities. The home program is primarily, the entitlement home program is affordable housing, tenant-based rental assistance, are the 2 primary activities that you can do. They opened this up a little bit more. We still had the production or preservation of affordable housing as well as the tenant-based rental assistance. But they allowed us to program funds for supportive services, purchase and development of a non-congregate shelter, and nonprofit operating and capacity building. So as we went through this, as I said, we pulled all of this data, the HMIS data on who is experiencing homelessness. Yes, yeah.
Just one quick question.
Yeah.
What was the 4th category? I missed it.
Other populations were providing supportive services or assistance under section, big old long line, would prevent the family's homelessness or would serve those with the greatest risk of housing instability. Primarily, what all of that says is households that are under 30% of median income.
Okay, so
and then they had a
probably on
bunch of
assistance
qualifiers
or
after
stuff.
that, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Could we get a copy of this presentation?
Yes, you bet.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And then, you know, the eligible activities, as I said, they were greatly expanded from what is usually available. We took into account all of the data the various community plans, the gaps analysis, the home-based plans. And then we looked at, this is $1.5 million. What are the other potential funding sources that can leverage those funds, as well as what are the operational costs for these things? This is one-time money, and so we needed to consider, if we build it, can we maintain it? So, and then we developed some prioritization tools for the different populations for the projects. So, diving in, these are the eligible categories in what we considered as we were evaluating this. With rental housing, permanent supportive housing has been provided as the top priority. That was the top priority in the home-based plan. That was the top priority with every discussion with providers. And then because it is permanent housing, it would allow us to tap into additional funds such as the Housing Trust Fund and the Federal Home Loan Bank to leverage these funds to possibly increase the size of the project or multiple locations as we go forward. For this project, the Housing Authority is committed to providing project-based rental assistance for the project. That's your operating funding. Tenant-based rental assistance, we are already providing supplemental tenant-based rental assistance through the home program. Yes?
Word up there was units. Define a unit, 1 or 12?
We look at 12 units
Okay.
with the home funds. That we feel that that's kind of a stretch to be able, with the cost of development that we're targeting, doing 12 units. If additional funding is available from the Federal Home Loan Bank or the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, then we could slightly scale that up. A project of this type, you really don't want 100 units. 18, 20, probably maximum is what you want for a manageable size project. So, tenant-based rental assistance, in addition to what the Housing Authority provides through their different programs, we are already providing GAP tenant-based rental assistance, so there was not a need to tap into these funds for that. Supportive services always rank really high, and I have a typo here, it says 18 units, it's 12. The supportive services will be tied to these projects, to these units here, to provide housing stability for the people that will be going in there. A non-congregate shelter is an eligible activity. There's not enough money to do that. You're looking at a non-congregate shelter is not like what we've operated on Comanche or over on Gray Street. It's more like a hotel. Individual rooms with bathroom facilities in each room. And there are no dedicated operating sources for those. You can't tap into Housing Authority because it's not permanent housing. Mm-hmm. So we took that off the. And then the nonprofit of capacity building, it's an identified need, but it's not really good for this source. United Way does a lot of this. Sarkees does a lot of this. Given that these are one-time funds, that we felt that it was important to capitalize on actually developing units and providing the associated services that go with them. Then we got to the specific requirements where we had to identify the production goal, 12 units, and then the preferences that we are going to use, the four. Category 1 homeless with a subpopulation of chronic homeless. And that is the population that is defined as needing the permanent supportive housing, the housing with the supportive services to maintain the housing in an appropriate manner. We also had the opportunity with these funds to provide refinancing for an existing project. We decided not to do that. There's not a project that we would see right now that would benefit from that. And so, as I said, we established a preference for Category 1 homeless with a subpopulation of chronically homeless. That means that Any of the eligible populations can live within whatever we develop, but we're going to give a preference to Category 1 homeless, chronic homeless. If there's 2 of them waiting for it, obviously it'll be a waiting list once it's already populated. The prioritization is the length of time homeless. We're not doing any limitation. I don't really understand why someone would exclude a particular population, eligible population to the project, so we just stated that we're not proposing to do any limitations. So here's the summary. As I mentioned, we're going to take our full 15% for program administration, which is $234,000. We're going to provide $100,000 of supportive services to get the project off the ground until we can start generating the revenue from the project-based rental assistance, which leaves us a little over $1.2 million for the actual project. Yes.
It's a very convoluted thing. We talked about the tax credits and all that. Is that something that could be applied here with this, or is that different?
This is really not a large enough project
Okay.
to offset what it costs to apply for a tax credit.
Oh, okay.
And that's why we're really looking at the Federal Home Loan Bank and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Okay.
So,
Councilmember Gray.
I just learned about this yesterday. It was OKC did 54 units with Mental Health
yes, that the
Association.
Mental Health Association did. Mhm.
And they had done like a patchwork. So I'm thinking of this project specifically as like a specific category of folks, but we have for the tax credit other options, like creating our own patchwork of affordable housing options.
Yeah, a tax credit project that we have discussed is more of what we would call a family project, a mix of unit sizes. Yes, concentrated on, a majority of one-bedroom units because that's what the community has identified on the waiting list that they are waiting for, is the smaller units. Now, there's nothing that would preclude us as we go forward with this project and the tax credit project to combine them. It's too early to see if that's even feasible. The problem is that the income guidelines for the home program, the home ARP program, are different than the tax credit income guidelines. And so then you end up having to identify certain units that are affordable to different populations at different rates. It can be done. And we're not saying that we
and there's
won't do that.
That 54 unit one looked to be maps for some
And
better
they had some
streets.
CDBG funds in
Yes.
there, right?
So, like, that's something for a tax credit project we could think about. Like,
Right.
but for this is very, sounds like a lot of rules. So,
Yeah. Now, we would be, and I say we, the city, we would be partnering with a nonprofit developer as well as a supportive service provider through an RFP process for this.
would this kind of project help us for, like, later down the line for a tax credit project too? Like, in all, going through the process of setting this up, like, would we be ticking some of those boxes for getting some of the competitive ones?
No.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. The Housing Trust Fund is a competitive process as well as the Federal Home Loan Bank. We have spoken with First United, is that right? First United, they are a Federal Home Loan Bank. And we've had a preliminary discussion with them about sponsoring the project. That'll be an ongoing process as we move forward with this. So.
You kind of answered it because she asked it on the roundabout question here. So the last project that we voted for on the Highway 9, that was
Oakhurst Imhoff?
right. That was a mixture of home ARPA and the tax credit program.
No, that was going to be proposed to be just a tax credit project.
Okay.
Yeah. There's nothing that says we couldn't combine those as we go forward developing that and this. It may work out that we could do them both in the same location.
Right.
And just provide supportive services to these 12 identified units. But we're not at that decision point yet.
Okay, thank you.
And for this, there's no site identified yet. I mean, We haven't got the cart before the horse. We're still just trying to get HUD to give us the money.
No, I get that. We've been talking about this for quite a while here. Can you remind us what the 12 projects are? Is that in the presentation? Can you send that to us later?
Well, there is no project identified. This
Okay.
is just the framework of what we want to use the funds for. Once HUD reviews the justification that we have provided them for this project and approves it, then at that point, we start identifying the specifics of a developer and a location. and
Okay.
that.
Last question, do we have any projects identified that fit this criteria to use these funds yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Just in the abstract. Is it 12 units of permanent supporting housing?
All right, thanks.
Efficiency, one bedroom, small units. Yep. Okay. Our next steps is, I continue to hope to get some more information in from the different people we've reached out to for the consultation. Public comment continues till March 30th. On March 14th, you guys will approve a substantial amendment to our 2021 action plan because this is when HUD appropriated the funds, and so we're going back and amending something we've already done. Lots of paperwork goes with that. Gets up to HUD by March 31st. They have 45 days to review it. And then once they have approved it, we will sit down with all of the different providers again and really flesh out the request for proposals for the developers of the project and then go from there. And that's really when the meat gets all put together.
Sausage gets made.
Yes, yes. And then, as I said, all the activities have to be completed by 2030. So. Are you still awake? Yeah, okay. It took Tara and I lots of time at the whiteboard with arrows, trying to figure all this out, going through that 97-page document with lots of stickies on it to try to figure this out.
You're better than I am, because I've tried to figure it out in years past, and it makes no sense. It's bureaucratic, it's convoluted, would be another good word for it. It's just difficult to make sure you're doing the right thing in the right place, so you don't get busted for doing something you didn't mean to do.
Well, one thing about this, unlike a tax credit project, you apply, you don't get funded, you try again next time. With this, HUD is wanting to get these funds out on the street, and so if there's something they don't like, they will simply send it back to us and say, we need you to explain this a little bit more and give us another 45 days to do it, and then resubmit it.
I just wish they'd draw me a picture. I like pictures.
So, any other questions?
Seeing none. All right, thank you, Lisa.
All right, thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Lisa.
Item number 2.
Supporting.
Yeah. Okay, item number 2, consideration of adjourning into executive session as authorized by Oklahoma statutes under Title 25, Section 307B4, to discuss pending litigation associated with Shaz Investment Group, LLC versus the City of Norman, Cleveland County, court case number CJ 2021-144K. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn out of the special session and convene into executive session.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposed?
No.
We're in business.
All right.
We are in executive session.
Beat it, Bone.
All right. Here we go. Oh, he's got the picture goofed up. I'll just read it. Good evening and welcome to the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Financing Authority meeting of February 14th, 2023. Madam Clerk, will you please call a roll?
Councilmember Schuler,
Here.
Councilmember Lynn,
Here.
Councilmember Grant,
Here.
Councilmember Tortorello,
Here.
Councilmember Foreman, Councilmember Holman,
Here.
Councilmember Peacock.
Here.
Mayor Hykala.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 1, consideration and approval of the minutes. I need a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the minutes passes
Thank you.
unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 2, the nomination and appointment of an eligible person to fill the council vacancy in Ward 1. The voters have spoken in a recent election, therefore I will entertain a motion to appoint Austin Ball to fill the council vacancy in Ward 1.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to appoint Austin Ball to fill the vacancy in Ward 1. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes, motion to seat Austin Ball in Ward 1 passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 3, administering the oath of office and seating of Councilmember-elect Austin Ball, Ward 1. Judge Nice, would you come forward and do that? Thank you, sir.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Yes, sir.
I state your name.
I, Austin Ball,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and the Constitution of the State of Oklahoma,
and that I will not knowingly receive,
and I will not knowingly receive,
directly or indirectly,
directly or indirectly,
any money or other valuable thing
any money or other valuable thing
for the performance or non-performance
for the performance or non-performance
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
of any act or duty pertaining to my office,
other than the compensation allowed by law.
other than the compensation allowed by law.
I further swear
I further swear
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
that I will faithfully discharge my duties
as council member to the best of my ability.
as a council member to the best of my abilities.
I duly declare you duly sworn and seated to the office of Ward 1 Council Member of the City of Norman. Congratulations.
Excellent. All right. Item number 4, a resolution commending and extending recognition to the students and faculty at Whittier Middle School for the 50th year anniversary of Whittier Middle School. And I'm going to go down to that podium to read it. Is somebody here from Whittier Middle?
Mayor, go ahead and get your motion on the floor to adopt the resolution.
Anniversary of Whittier Middle School. All of a sudden, I started hearing. Whereas Whittier Middle School has served students and the community for 50 years, and whereas Whittier Middle School has always set the standard of excellence And whereas Whittier Middle School has committed to ensuring students feel celebrated, known, and supported for 50 years. And whereas Whittier Middle School staff, present and past, has a history of nurturing a culture to support professionalism and innovation. And whereas the parents of Whittier Middle School students, present and past, are tireless in their efforts to provide support to the school, enhancing an educational atmosphere where all students can achieve their full potential. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, that on behalf of the entire citizenry of Norman, commends and extends appreciation to the students and faculty of Whittier Middle School for the 50th year anniversary of Whittier Middle School, passed and adopted this day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me sign it. You got it. Thanks so much. Congratulations. Do you want to say anything to the? Oh, you said it all. A teacher without a voice. Duty correctly. I need a motion to adopt or reject the resolution that we just did.
So moved.
Second.
It's in my ward.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Education.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the resolution passes unanimously.
Thank you, and I apologize for getting out of order. I gotta find myself. Consent docket. Oh, council announcements. We will have to go to council announcements, thank you, because I'll forget that too. Council member, we normally start with Ward 1, but I'm going to do the opposite this time to give you a head start on being able to do what we're doing. Council member.
Wow, this is a treat. Okay, so first off, the Norman Economic Development Coalition has launched a 4-month-long visioning process in which we are encouraging up to about 150 community residents, various stakeholders to participate in. So if you're interested in that, please go to onenorman.org. That's one spelled out as the word O-N-E. Fill out an application, and we will be doing a selection committee probably here in the next month or so. So look forward to seeing those applications come in. The only other thing I have is that item 26 tonight is a resolution to declare Norman Music Fest as a quality events, and that will allow that event to go and apply for the state's quality events initiative, potentially award up to a $250,000 grant to the Norman Music Fest. So I just want to thank the city manager and staff for putting that together so quickly, because I know that it was a very quick turnaround with a pretty strict deadline. So all hands on deck made that happen. So I just want to give him some public props. Thanks.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment and thank all of our emergency response personnel for what they've been doing kind of around the clock the last couple days, and also encourage any residents that have been impacted by the weather to check out the City of Norman's website or any of the City of Norman's social media pages for information regarding resources if you're in need of anything, shelter if you're in need of that, and other resources, including traffic and updates and things like that that may be of value as we continue to evaluate what overall damage has taken place and how we'll get it all cleaned up. So just want to mention those two things, and also mention the access issues in the Eagle Cliff area that have been an issue for a number of years, as we've all known. If you've lived in the area or if you've frequented down there, there's only two ways in and out, and one is north to Highway 9 and the other is east to Highway 77. And there's actually 5 different neighborhoods in that area and a couple thousand residents. So when both of those access points get closed off, it creates quite the serious problem, as you can imagine. And what normally takes 1 minute to get in and out of the neighborhood is taking an hour and a half. And so it's kind of renewed the call from a lot of residents in that area to provide an additional access point. In our city's long-range transportation plan, there is a project to connect Cedar Lane to the west to Jenkins Avenue at some point. It is not a designed or funded project currently, but it is one that the city has been aware of and has been trying to plan for at some point, given the situation and the way that area has developed over the years. So just want to let you all know that we are aware of that. We are thinking about it, and we do have future plans to address that particular issue regarding access. Because I would mention the eastern way to get out towards Highway 77 requires crossing the railroad tracks as well. So in an emergency regarding the railroad, there would only be one access point in and out of that entire area for a couple thousand residents. So it is an issue, and what we've seen the last 2 days has kind of highlighted the problems that can arise in that area when there isn't enough access for people to get in and out. So we are thinking about that. I also want to encourage you all, if you have time, to go back and watch our Community Planning and Transportation Committee meeting from last Thursday. We talked about traffic and issues around school sites in Norman, and we also talked about emergency response plan in Norman for what happens if there were a train derailment. So we had a pretty good hour-long presentation from our city staff and emergency manager about what Norman would do if that were to happen here, and how that process would play out locally if we were to experience an incident like they have seen in Ohio. So very informative, in-depth, detailed information about that stuff, so I would definitely encourage you to check it out. We also discussed public transit, as we do every month, the ridership report, and the status of our new route changes and the central transit hub that we are planning to open sometime this fall over on Porter and Comanche in what used to be an abandoned bank drive-through. So very exciting to not only restore and reuse an abandoned building, but to use it for a purpose like expanding and enhancing our public transit system. So check out that meeting on the City of Norman's YouTube channel if you want to watch the replay of all that information. Definitely encourage you to. And then every fourth Thursday of the month at 4 p.m., that committee meets and we discuss those type of topics regarding infrastructure, traffic, city planning type stuff. So you're encouraged to attend in person if you like, or check out the replay online. And then lastly, I just want to encourage everybody and remind everybody there is an election next Tuesday. So be sure to get out and vote. It's a statewide election regarding recreational marijuana. So it's the only thing on the ballot as far as Norman goes. So want to encourage everybody to be sure to get out and exercise your right to vote next Tuesday. Thanks.
Councilman?
I just want to resound the sentiments of Councilmember Holman on our city staff and emergency responders who have done a really great job taking care of the situation with the tornado. I talked to most people in all the neighborhoods in Ward 6, and I'm really, really grateful that we're all okay, but our neighbors are not. And for further information, like Councilmember Holman said, go to the city website, Facebook, social media for more information and resources. I don't have anything else, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Council member?
Hey, I'd also like to thank the first responders and the utility companies for showing up Sunday night and Monday morning to help with the residents and clearing debris that morning. But I also want to give props out to the citizens of Ward 5 who all came together, who checked on each other, went door to door, looking out for each other, making sure we were all okay. That epitomizes what it means to be a Normanite. The highest level of service is to take care of your neighbors and friends. On the traffic side, you know, if you don't live in Ward 5 and you want to see the tornado, if you want to see the damage, go on social media, go to the news channels, and see the pictures there. I'm asking that everyone don't drive to Ward 5 because the traffic is congested on 48th to Robinson and 60th to Alameda to Highway 9, and you guys are impeding first responders and utilities getting to where they need to go. So just give it about a week, all right? They're going to clean it up, but stay off the roads if you don't live in Ward 5 and leave those roads accessible to the residents and first responders and utility companies here. I also want to tell you that the vote for the marijuana is also next week, or would you say in a couple weeks? Tuesday. It's a very important vote. I can't tell you how to vote, but I hear that it's going to change the laws in Oklahoma, and it's not for the betterment of the citizens here. So that's as far as I'll go, and I want to thank, again, Chief Foster, Chief King, the Sheriff's Department, EMS, and everyone who came out Monday morning early to help out. Thank you for helping out, and that's it. Also, Paul Wilson, where you at? He donated 8 cases of water, or what? 20 cases of water, and so I have his information. I'll post that on social media too as well. So we are still needing waters and essentials because most people, like down on Cedar Lane and 72nd, will not have power until late tomorrow. Okay, maybe. Okay, so most of us are on on our own wells, and without electricity, we can't pump water. All right, we can't flush toilets here. So, go to social media. People are putting out requests. If you've got the resources, answer the requests. Go out there and bring the water and food. If you've got a working generator in Ward 5 and your neighbor does not have one, this has been done, but I'm going to say it again. Offer to store their frozen foods until the power comes back on, which you guys are doing anyway. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember?
I too would like to thank city staff and our first responders. In Ward 4, I know you can drop things off at Yellow Dog Coffee. And if you're missing a pet, Annie's Rough House may be temporarily sheltering them, so you might check for your pet there. I want to thank our Ward 4 residents who are being appointed or reappointed. Lee Krumholtz, Misty Grantham, Peggy Stockwell, and Trey Carson. We also have an art event coming up on March 25th, but the prices for that event go up on March 1st, and that's the One Mashup, which is an annual fundraiser for the Norman Arts Council. And then lastly, I've been asked about our new transit center that's coming, and we talked about that in the Community Planning and Transportation Committee last week, and I just dropped some info in our Ward 4 pages and on my page, because it is, I believe, still on track to start March 2023. And there are renderings that you can check out to see what it's supposed to look like. And that's it. Thank you.
My empathy and sympathy goes out to everybody that has been affected by this storm. I hope that you get taken care of, and I hope that y'all are able to find some comfort and some refuge during this time. Other than that, I'd like to congratulate my opponent, Bree Carson, on her win. Thank you. I won't even lie. Thank you. What did I say? Your last name's Carson, right? Montoya. I thought it was legally Montoya Carson, right? I'm sorry. I have that stuck in my head. I'm sorry. Bree Montoya Carson. So congratulations to you. Other than that, I'm not moving. There's some firestorm because I started a joke. Somebody asked me, because we are selling our house, somebody asked me where I'm moving, and I happened to say Seattle and working for Microsoft, which I just thought was so ludicrous that nobody would believe it, but apparently a lot of people did. Don't worry, you're still stuck with me, Norman. We're not even moving out of the ward, so keep your chins up. It's all right. I'm looking forward to that. Other than that, I really appreciate the taxpayers of Norman. Next week, going to have a great opportunity to go with the chamber in the city and do the fly-in with the chamber to D.C., and I appreciate that more than anything. It's going to be an awesome opportunity from the time that I've spent up here. I really appreciate that, so thank you to the people of Norman.
Councilmember?
This is so fun to do this backwards. We should do this more often. So I, again, would like to extend, a thank you and everything to our staff and our students that are at Whittier Middle School. Whittier is in the center part of Ward 2. I live not too far from there. And I would echo Councilmember Holman's conversation about watching our CPTC meeting last week. We had a robust conversation about school drop-off and pickup times. It's something that really affects the central part of Ward 2. We have Whittier, Alcott, and Jackson all in a very small area, and then Monroe just south of Lindsay, which is also very close. So this is something that I hear a lot about. So there were some conversations discussed and ideas discussed about how we might, how we work with the public school system and how city staff kind of develops, ways to mitigate those things and potential opportunities for the future. I've got several things on here. I also would like to extend a thank you to our first responders, our city staff, our residents. It's one thing that I know about Oklahoma is that we show up for our neighbors and for citizens when they are in need. I can't think of a more kind of apt time to talk about the Oklahoma Standard and what we are doing, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing in Norman. It's been quite a long time since our community has had to deal with devastation at this magnitude. The last that I saw was that it was an EF2 rated damage, so that's quite extensive, and my heart definitely goes out to all of the families that have been directly affected. I have not personally been in the area. Ward 2 was not part of that, the affected area, but this is all our community, and so if you have the ability to help or lend a helping hand, now is the time to do that. I would also like to echo kind of the sentiments about giving our power companies, our city staff time to help our residents recover, but also want to remind people that now is the time when predatory contractors start coming into our community and trying to make a buck off of people that are down kind of at the worst moment of their life. So make sure that you are vetting those people that are coming door to door to help you rebuild, and find trusted sources that are locally owned, people that are operating in our community and have been for a very long time. The last thing that we need is our residents to have someone come in, fly by night, take their money, and then do shoddy work or do no work at all. So just be on the lookout for that. I too would like to extend a thanks to two Ward 2 members that will be appointed or reappointed tonight. So we have Sarah Shanks and Russell Rice to two committees. This agenda is packed with lots of really exciting opportunities and things that are coming to Norman. And I know that there are multiple successive things that are coming in meetings moving forward. So if you are interested in kind of what our community is going to look like into the future, we talked about the visioning sessions that Councilmember Peacock talked about, but also our comprehensive land use, strong towns, lots of really exciting things. We have Neighborhood Alliance on the agenda tonight. These things are only going to make our community stronger and allow for more opportunity for our residents to get involved and to participate in what Norman looks like into the future. The last thing that I will do, I guess I'll be the first one to welcome our new council member to the dais. I mean, you had all the opportunity. Normally I'm first. What the heck? So just want to say welcome to the party, and good luck.
Council member, do you have anything to say?
I'll just say it's an honor to be up here. Well, I was not expecting to be here this soon. I don't think anybody was expecting me to be up here this quick, but since there was a void to fill, I'm just honored that I could be here to fill it. And I just want to thank my girls right here who helped me, my family, my friends, and everybody who got me here tonight. So I'm looking forward to doing my best for Ward 1.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to add in, sir, my thanks to you and your staff for all the stuff that's happening. We were working on 2 different planes, Sunday night through now, basically. He's working on how do we get streets open, how do we get this open, how do we get all the other things. The staff did an absolutely marvelous job in doing what we could. It's still uncomfortable, but it's not bad. I was working on the idea of getting relief here. And for those of you that don't know, Southern Baptist Disaster Relief is here in town. They are working the two areas that we have that have damage. But I'd like to also say thank you to OUPD, OG&E, Noble PD, Cleveland County Sheriff, the Highway Patrol, the National Weather Service, who kept us out of trouble with not getting in another storm, ONG, Southern Baptist Disaster Relief, and a bunch of churches, Cross Point, Victory, Bethel, OU Women's Softball, OU Men's Football, basically, are out there trying to help all these people. As you said, that's the Oklahoma standard of being able to get out there. And these people are getting out there and just giving away jars of water, giving away all kinds of things, and being able to help people clean up yards. And I think that's absolutely a wonderful reflection on us as a town. And as Councilmember Schuler said, please watch out for contractors that come into town that are fly-by-night. If they are not registered with the Construction Industries Board, you probably ought to choose somebody else. There are all kinds of rip-offs that go on. All right. Next item on the agenda is the consent docket. I need a motion to place items 5 through 27, excluding item 17, on the consent docket.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to place items 5 through 27, excluding item 17. Let me say that again so I get it correct. The motion on the floor is to place items 5 through 27, excluding item 17, on the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to place items 5 through 27, excluding item 17, on the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent docket.
Motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion and second. Are there any comments from council regarding any item on the consent docket? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to approve the consent docket. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the consent docket passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Non-consent items. This is item 17. A contract, Neighborhood Alliance of Central Oklahoma, in the amount of $100,000 for the Norman Neighbors Program activities. I need a motion to approve or reject the contract.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion and second, did I hear? Thank you, ma'am. Requested this item be pulled off the consent docket. Would you like to speak to it?
It is, I didn't approve it the first time that we approved it. I do not see the value of it for $100,000 of taxpayer money. I just cannot support it.
Understood. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments on this item. Do we have anybody signed up to speak? We have nobody signed up to speak.
We would not, because they didn't know it was.
Oh, they didn't know? Okay. We have an opportunity to be able to have people from the council, people from the public come up and comment on this. We're going to have to turn that microphone. Ma'am? No, ma'am, I'm pointing at you. But we're going to have to turn the microphone around. Excellent.
Allowing me to speak. My name is Georgie Rasco. I am the Executive Director of Neighborhood Alliance of Central Oklahoma. I want to, again, also echo what a lot of you said, is that all of our hearts, even those of us living in Oklahoma City, are with Norman right now, and your first responders and your neighbors. It just proves what we've been saying all along in the last year and a half of working with you. We're not here to teach Norman how to be good neighbors. You guys know how to do that, and this last couple of days have really, really proven that. We're here to make sure that that opportunity is available for every neighborhood, that every neighborhood has an ability to be organized and to know how to respond when a crisis like this might happen. So thank you also very much for those of you that came out to the study this last week, where the staff and I were able to present to you once again about our programs and what we do. and had some really good questions there as well. So we are looking forward to another year of work with Norman. I want to make sure that everybody is very aware that on our contract, we have very specific deliverables that we have to attain. How many neighborhoods we're going to organize, how many workshops we're going to have, and what they are. We talked that over with the planning department to make sure they're on board with what we think we would like to do. I'll read off a couple of them that are coming up. March 7th is our Neighborly Normanites workshop, where people are going to get the not really the firsthand, because we've done it through the focus groups and other programs we've already had, but an ability for Norman neighbors to come together and talk about what it is that they want out of this program. Then on April 4th and 6th, we have the legal issues for HOAs in Norman, which is taught by an attorney, Matthew Winton, whose sole practice is nothing but HOAs, and a staff member from Neighborhood Alliance and the Norman Neighbor Project will be on that call as well. April 22nd from 10 a.m. to 2, will be a neighborhood conference held at the local library here, the main library, where we'll have breakout rooms and different speakers, some speakers from the city of Oklahoma City, from the city of Norman staff, other speakers, other neighbors, and so forth. And people can pick and choose what they want to go to, stay all day if they want to, have free breakfast and free lunch, or just come for the workshops that they want to attend. And then on May 18th, we have a repeat of a workshop we did last year. This year it's called Norman Streetwise, and it's going to be on 2 nights. It's going to be, like I told the study group the other night, sort of a speed dating of city departments where citizens can come together for those 2 nights and ask questions of different departments at the city. So we're looking forward to that, and anytime anybody wants to review our billing, we don't just invoice for our billing, we send an Excel sheet that explains clearly all of the neighborhood contacts that we've had, the number of hours we spent on the contract, exactly what we did to gain that money that you guys have put in to increasing the capacity of Norman neighbors and neighborhoods. And we're looking forward to working with you. Anybody have any questions for me?
Councilmember, do you have a question?
Last year, or I approved this the first time because I was under the impression that you would help facilitate residents discussing police issues with Chief Foster. Have you had those discussions with Chief Foster yet with any residents in Norman?
No, we have not. And that is something that was very clear in the study the other night, that the council members that were there would like for us to explore having a contract with, or at least an agreement with, the Norman Police Department, and that is on our agenda to do in the next couple of weeks to approach those conversations.
How would that look like? So if you had the contract, so why would you need the contract to have the conversation? Can you walk us through how that would look like, the process?
Sure. We don't have to have a contract to have a conversation with them. We have to have some kind of an agreement that they want to partner with us. We don't push ourselves on anybody. And if we're going to go in and teach neighborhoods how to do a crime watch and or a crime patrol program, for instance, then we know what that means in Oklahoma City. We know what Chief Gorley wants and his deputies out of that, but we don't know what Chief Foster wants. So even though we are experts in neighborhood safety, we're not the police department that can come in and set those standards. So we have to be supervised by your local police department so that they can tell us these are the standards in the program that we want you to help us with.
All right, fair enough. Ward 5 is pretty rural, so have you had any interaction with anybody in Ward 5? And have you spoke to anybody in Ward 5?
You know, I couldn't say that off the top of my head, and I'm sorry. Right now, what's the name of the neighborhood we're working with for our private roads?
First Courthouse.
No, for the private roads, Joe Huntington. Indian Point. I don't know if Indian Point she's in a rural area of Norman, and she attended our private roads and private waterways workshop, and has one of those neighborhoods where they have a rural road contract with each other, sort of a covenant of sorts, but not really any CCRs and no way to really mandatorily collect dues. So she's in that in-between area, and her roads desperately need help. So we've been talking a lot with her and going over her documents and giving her ideas of what she can do to become a mandatory due collecting organization so they can have some money to try and repair those roads. So that's an example of a outside of Norman city limits, but a rural Norman area that we've been working with quite a bit.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. this evening.
Thank you.
You mentioned, well, I'll just say, some of my motivation for supporting the contract last time was the work that Neighborhood Alliance does with neighborhoods that either have current functioning HOAs, but may need help understanding what to do regarding issues in their neighborhood, how to organize their HOA better, perhaps, and then also in neighborhoods that may have had HOAs but are now defunct, and the residents there may not know how to start organizing something, an association perhaps. So that is work that you do, and you just mentioned that you've got a program coming up in April. It's about legal issues regarding HOAs. Could you
Right.
just elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. It's a workshop that we've been offering for 13 years in Oklahoma City. We do it 3 times a year, and then we're agreeing to do it 2 separate times a year specifically for Norman neighbors. And of course, they're able to attend the Oklahoma City ones that are scheduled as well if that fits better on their schedule. We believe strongly that HOAs, and the law stands behind us, the state law, that you don't have the right to just defund and go abandon your HOA. Your HOA, every 20 years, your neighborhood can vote to disband the covenants. But if you have any common area, meaning a creek bed that you're supposed to maintain, or a detention or retention pond, anything like that that's on private property, you must go to the city and figure out how that's going to be maintained from there if you're going to disband collecting dues and honoring your covenants. And the city should say to them, no, we're not stepping on your private property. You bought into this, you signed those contracts when you came in. We can offer you help through Neighborhood Alliance to help get that neighborhood organized again and start creating and following your functions. But as a city, you shouldn't be allowing them to just not do their duties. And so that's something that, yes, we can do, and we do already in Oklahoma City, is work with neighborhoods that feel like they're just overwhelmed, they can't do it. We, as a matter of fact, are having a series right now. It's a 4-part series on DIY HOAs. So a lot of HOAs say, we can't afford a management company. You don't have to have a management company. You just have to have 3 or 4 good volunteers that are going to sit on that board. You have to have a board, though. And so our job is to try to help you as a city recognize those problems before they become a huge problem and go in and work with them if they're willing. Now, if they're just absolutely flatly unwilling, we can't force them by any means. But if they're willing, we can help them figure out what's not working, do a strategic plan with them, try to get their neighbors a little more motivated, let them know what their legal responsibilities are and what the consequences of not following that is, and then work with them hopefully to get something reorganized so they can be more, contribute more to their well-being and their responsibilities.
And you also help neighborhoods understand things like zoning processes better, organized to say, there's a development that maybe we support it, and we want to organize support behind it, or we have concerns about it, but we don't know who to go to at City Hall. We don't know the council member. We don't know the process for contacting them.
Exactly.
Those are things you would help neighborhoods with as well.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We recently did a neighborhood in Oklahoma City where an on-queue quietly bought up land to build right on the skirts of their neighborhood, an inner city neighborhood. And by the time the neighborhood found out about it, they were up in arms and, oh no, not in my backyard. And it was too late, and it was an arterial street that was eventually going to become commercial. So our role in that was to go into that neighborhood and remind them what they can ask for. So they were empowered to go to the Planning Commission and say, we need a brick fence between us and OnQ. We don't want them to sell diesel. We don't want big trucks driving in and out of our neighborhood. We don't want them to pick up trash until 9 o'clock in the morning or later, so the big beep, beep, beep isn't right there. We want them to pick up trash that blows into our neighborhood at least once a day. OnQ said, great, that's wonderful, we can do that. But it's because we empowered the neighbors to go themselves and speak for themselves about what they wanted. So the next time that happens in their neighborhood, hopefully they'll maybe just have to call us and say, be there and support us, but they'll have an idea of what to do.
And you mentioned too the neighborhood watch aspect that we haven't necessarily implemented here yet, but neighborhoods that are interested and willing, you would help assist them facilitating relationship building with the police department.
Absolutely.
And their own neighbors, primarily, I think the neighbors being involved in that, is the real crime deterrent, is having the neighbors all kind of together, knowing what's going on, But you mentioned you are able to, and you do that in Oklahoma City, from what I understand, with Oklahoma City Police.
Yes, we've had a contract for 12 years with the Oklahoma City Police Department through 2 different chiefs now. And we do their crime watch and crime patrol training, as well as we have 4 police divisions in Oklahoma City. And in our contract, each police division is supposed to do 2 community events a year. So our staff works with them to set those up. So we find the venue, we provide the food, we help them with a topic. They mostly choose the topic. We might tell them what we've been hearing in the community that might work well. We help them find other speakers if they need it. Usually it's just the police officers that do the speaking. And so then we send out the surveys before and after as well to make sure that people have learned what they needed to learn. So that's how we work together with the police department, bringing their voice into the community. We know that there's value in residents getting to know a police officer by face, getting to know who they are, knowing who it is in my district and who's patrolling my area. We want that. We want that kind of relationship. So we know that most neighborhoods are formed, especially the inner city voluntary neighborhoods, are formed because of crime. They're experiencing some kind of crime that they want to get together and get rid of. So once that problem of things being stolen off people's porches is resolved, then they're more than likely to just disband. Oh, we got rid of those little petty crimes, so we don't have to meet anymore. So our job then is to step in and say, what else do you want to do? Do you want to beautify your entryway? Do you want to put some new equipment in your city park? Do you want a sidewalk? Do you need a crosswalk? What other things can you now work together as neighbors with your council person and the city to maybe improve your quality of life? Look what you did with the crime already. So yes, we want to work with them on all that.
Well, I appreciate your detailed answers. I feel like private road issues, HOA issues, neighborhood watch, zoning are all issues that our residents across the city are dealing with on a regular basis. And so I do appreciate that. I appreciate the presentation last week. Definitely helped me understand
Thank you.
more clearly what you have been doing in Norman so far and what we can count on going forward if we should approve this contract again. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Evan?
Done, 1400, Ward 7. I think that this contract should be approved. You said the magic word, empower. I'm pro-empowerment. And I think Chief Foster he wants to get engaged too, so let's get it all done.
Don't worry, she gets called Lauren Foreman a lot, or Elizabeth Schuler, and that's okay. We're used to it at this point. Okay, so I was really happy to vote for this first time because when I was elected in a council, it was in the throes of recall and defund, and the city was absolutely on fire. And something that would help bring the community together was, I thought, exactly what we needed. And I'm enthusiastic to vote for this again because a more engaged and educated population in the community creates stronger environment. People aren't going to leave their houses because they go in disarray. They know how to work together, and that's what we have a lot is people don't know their neighbors and they just their house, the neighborhoods, it's not getting any better. We don't know what to do. We don't want to live in this neighborhood, so let's just move somewhere else. And then we have a lot of abandoned lots and stuff. So a program like this that can teach and engage people to join together and propagate, improvements for their neighborhood is super important. So I do look forward to approving this tonight.
Interesting part about this is it's not $100,000 that goes directly to the Neighborhood Alliance of Central Oklahoma. It's basically an item line that Lisa Craig has a watch over, and she writes checks for each individual activity. It's not a grant. It is a line item. Anything else? Yes, ma'am. The other one.
What?
Another.
We'll just go on the other side. I was inspired since I was name called. As we had in the study session last week, we had quite a good conversation about what Neighborhood Alliance has done already in our community and what it is continuing to do. One of the reasons why I think specifically for Ward 2 that this is really powerful and can be powerful is that we don't have a whole lot of HOAs in my part of town. I don't have an HOA. It's older infrastructure. It's places where they were platted in the 40s and in the 50s, and so these things had original covenants, but maybe not something that has a strong coalesced neighborhood kind of working together. There have been some efforts in kind of my part of town to kind of start some of those things up and to have conversations about what we want for our neighborhoods and how we think about safety and how we think about cleanliness. And I think that the work that y'all are doing has been so valuable in Oklahoma City. And it really, I think, is just getting started here. And I think that we have such an opportunity to increase the presence of all of our neighborhoods and to continue to empower our residents to show up and to show up here in spaces to advocate for their communities. So thank you for the work that you're doing, and I'm happy to approve this so that you can continue doing that work here in Norman.
Thank you all. The motion on the floor is to approve the contract. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Austin, because this has all started so quickly for you and we haven't had a chance to speak, you are required to vote on every item unless you have a conflict to recuse from. So you're not allowed to just abstain. So we're going to do this again.
Okay.
So you're going to have to vote yes or no. So I'm going to clear the votes and we're going to do this again. Hang on. Okay.
We're clear?
Yep.
Council members, you may cast your votes. Yeah, that's all right.
Okay. All votes have been cast, and the motion to approve the contract passes by a vote of 8-1. Voting against, Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you. Item number 28, a resolution appointing community members and alternatives to the Strong Town Ad Hoc Committee to serve as part of the leadership team for the Community Action Lab and setting forth ground rules for participation. I need a motion to adopt or reject this resolution.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Councilmember Tortorello, you requested the consent document. Do you have any questions of staff?
I do. I received an email this morning from a constituent asking about just a clarification of the process, and I have the email here, and I'll go ahead and read it, and maybe, Mr. Powell, you can go ahead and provide some continuity to what was presented last night at the event and the concerns of a constituent. So regarding the issue they have is the second and third bullet points of Section 10. The second bullet point states that by missing more than 2 consecutive meetings, one becomes ineligible to serve. And the question is, what if a committee member misses every other meeting? Is that committee member kicked off the committee? What's the rule on that? Did you have a copy of this?
And I think that section does match other language we have for other boards and commissions. So that is in line with the way we operate other
That's where I took it
appointees.
from. I took it from
Got
what
it.
was already written so that it would be congruent with everything.
Perfect, thank you. The third bullet point gives subjective authority to an unknown person or entity to determine if a committee, to determine a committee member's ineligibility to serve based on civility. Who or what makes this subjective decision?
Council.
Okay.
The individual chair of that individual subcommittee may have a problem with a person in there. Then it needs to go to the chair so that they can resolve whatever the problem is. If they cannot resolve it, we will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Any other questions? Okay, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make any comments regarding this item. Are there any public comments?
I have one.
We have one.
Dave Moore.
Item 28 needs to be postponed and thoroughly discussed before council votes on it. That's the bottom line, but there's more to this story than you probably know. I bet nobody on the council knows what committees are actually being proposed for the Norman 2045 process. That's because somebody, and I can only assume who it is, decided to jump in and change things without letting anybody else know. Monday night was supposed to be the preliminary meeting of the Strong Towns Committee, the committee you were supposed to vote on this evening. People showed up at the appointed time on Monday, only to be told that their committee had been canceled and turned into an action committee because it had been decided that city staff needed more support. So nobody even knows what committees we're talking about. Did you know there was going to be an action committee? I didn't, and neither did the people that showed up on Monday. I'm also informed there's another committee going to show up called the Strategic Council. Did you know there's going to be a Strategic Council? Well, don't feel too bad because nobody else knows about it either. Now on to item 28. Have you ever actually read what you're being asked to vote on? It's buried inside the informational packet that you were sent, which is 1,528 pages long. It took me quite a while to find the actual language of the resolution. Did you find the resolution? Did you read all of it? 1,528 pages. The resolution needs to be postponed until this can be fixed and everybody gets a chance to read it. Did you know it includes arbitrary behavior modification rules that nobody can really define? Just like we just heard about. The biggest mayor is the 10-ton gorilla sitting in the corner. And I don't mean anything by that, but the problem is the mayor, and only the mayor gets to decide who the Norman 2045 committee members are going to be. This is un-American. We cannot have one single person, the mayor, choosing the committee members for groups that will decide the future of Norman. That would be like the president picking all the members of Congress like some sort of a dictator. The council needs to work as a whole, not just the mayor deciding. Then there's Garver LLC, an engineering company chosen by the mayor to lead the Norman 2045 process. Since Garver is being paid by the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority to be pro-turnpike, and Norman's 2045 is sure to include discussions of the OTA's desires to dislocate thousands of Norman citizens in order to build toll roads in Norman, Garver LLC cannot be allowed to represent the city as a contractor or consultant to form the Norman Comprehensive Plan. A different consultant needs.
Any other members of the public that signed up? Any other comments from council? Councilmember Schuler?
So I'm wondering, how did the public sign up for this if it was on consent?
Took it off.
So can we allow, I think there were some other people that wanted to speak before I make comment. I do want to make comments, but I'd like to hear the rest of
Sure.
the comments from the public.
I mean, if there's other public comments, sure.
Evan?
Evan, come on.
Incredibly impressed and persuaded by that man's presentation. So I agree with him. Put it off.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, Cindy Rogers, still Ward 4. So I was here yesterday for the meeting, and I talked to a bunch of people who were appointed to the committees, and it seems to me there was a whole lot of confusion about what their role was, maybe not what they thought they were signing up for. So I guess I have some concerns about approving something until a group that's supposed to be grassroots, bringing people together is a little ill-conceived at the moment, or there's some confusion.
Steve Ellis, Ward 4 forever. I attended the meeting last night as well, and must say I was in agreement with 85 to 90% of the discussion. The one little bit that actually did give me heartburn was the discussion about participatory budgeting and its sort of appropriateness. And I was a little bit worried about the sense that I got from the speaker that the idea was that this is a pretty top-down leadership kind of thing. And I think that that's incorporated into the actual resolutional language, because this ad hoc committee is supposed to be a committee of community leaders that's recognized by the powers that be in the city. And I do think it would be useful if it were just sort of clarified what was going on, what the degree of sort of participation is, what exactly it is that this committee does, because it looks like they're just sort of collaborating. So I would think that just a postponement in order to get certain kinds of clarification would be useful. And I think it would be useful for everyone for this process to go forward. I'd like to see this work, because I think there's a lot of good stuff in it, but I think it gets off on the wrong foot if it seems like it's a proposal that's really driven by elites more than anything. So hope you'll consider. Thank you.
Kevin Tobar, Ward 8. I want to start with saying that the reason why I got so invested into city council and how city governments works is through the ideas of city planning and zoning and creating a better future for the generations that come after us. And I'd like to say that Strong Towns is a very great initiative, and I love the ideas that they were bringing to the table. With the public comments that have been given, I guess it does make me a little concerned how it's starting off with. I am against Oklahoma Turnpike authorities trying to push their way into Norman, and with their connections to it, I guess my only concern would be, how can we make sure that there's not any biased approach with their contributions into this Norman 2045 plan? So, but I love Strong Towns, I love what they're doing, but that's my biggest concern. Thank you.
Any others? All right. Any final comments from council? Councilmember Holman?
Thank you.
true that she was first. I turned her off.
So how do you know who pushed the button first?
Because he asked me and then I opened it up for public comment.
She got you. That's a spade. All right.
Just
Go ahead, please.
Just to be clear. So I would like to address some of the concerns that residents have brought. I think there's a little confusion between what we are doing here tonight and the comprehensive land use plan that is a separate item. So Strong Towns is, to not conflate it with the two, right? The issue is that people are addressing is about Garver, which is a potential project manager for our comprehensive land use plan. That is not Strong Towns. Those are two separate entities. We have not approved a contract yet for our comprehensive land use plan for Norman 45 or whatever we're calling it. That item will come to us in April. We are still considering members of the comprehensive land use plan committee. So these are two separate items. I understand that we've been talking about them in conjunction and kind of bringing them forward when we were getting applications from the public. We said you can apply for Strong Towns or the comprehensive land use plan or both, but they are two separate entities. We will be further talking about how we are going to populate the committee. And I think the idea of this strategic group, that's actually in conjunction with the comprehensive land use plan, not our Strong Towns committee. So I think there's just some confusion about what we're doing here tonight and what will be coming in the future. So it seems like there are more concerns about what is happening with the comprehensive land use side of this, and we are still in the process of figuring out what that is going to look like. So I think that those comments are, well taken and considered, and we will consider as we continue to work through the process of who is going to be the project manager, who we are going to select. I will also note that the mayor is the person that, recommends who is coming to any of our boards and commissions, but council ultimately has the decision as the collective unit to approve those recommendations or not. So it is a collective decision once we approve nominees for any of our committees of the council as a body, of our 9-member body. And any time that we as a council disapprove of recommendations that the mayor makes, we have the opportunity to work directly with the mayor to address those issues, to work with people, to recommend people from our own ward that we think should serve on boards and commissions. And in this process, that has been no different. We've had multiple meetings as a council to discuss the makeup of the Strong Towns Committee, and we'll continue to have discussions about who will make up our comprehensive land use committees as a whole. So, just to say that there is a process by which all of our boards and commissions go through, and that is that someone applies to a board and commission, the mayor recommends to council, we get and get to see all of those applications as a council member before they hit the agenda. And then we can make recommendations based on those things or not. So there is oversight by the council. Just want to kind of talk about that process to provide some clarity. Not at this.
Sir, please do not. You're out of order. Councilmember, it was Councilmember Holman that was actually. Oh, do you yield the floor to her? I do.
Take a second.
Councilmember Holman.
I've had members of the public just reach out to me and say that when we approved consent, we only excluded item 17 and not 18. Oh, this is 28?
Yeah.
Did we say the wrong thing?
I feel like we only said 17 when we were.
Yes, but you approved 5 through
27.
This is
Okay.
28.
Okay, I'm just making sure that,
Okay,
thank you.
we're
Sorry,
still
Steve.
on track.
Sorry, Councilmember Holman, thank you.
Councilmember Holman, it's your turn now.
I think Councilmember Schuler's comments were answered the questions I had, just clarifying that we were talking about Strong Towns and not the comp plan committee, which we have postponed while we continue to hash out the makeup of it and what its mission will be. So I I think that pretty well answered my questions. So, thanks.
Councilmember Tortorella.
Same thing, I agree with Councilperson Schuler that this is about the strong towns and not the comprehensive planning committee, and so I'm good with this. I'm satisfied. I think, I wasn't at the presentation last night, but I heard there was a lot of ruckus and a lot of conversation. Now, this is what I heard. I wasn't there.
See any ruckus?
When I say ruckus, hey, it's a screw. It's a bad screw, good screw. It was still a ruckus. But we had to address the concerns of the citizens too, as well, as that, they were probably thrown off by what was presented at the presentation last night, by what they thought was going to be presented before the presentation last night, if it made any sense there. And so that was, all we're doing is addressing their concerns, and I think we've adequately addressed their concerns, that this is just a vote on the strong towns, and as it stands here, I'm pretty good with it then.
Thank you. Councilmember Grant.
Yes, I will be supporting Strong Towns tonight. And also, I'll take ownership of that question about participatory budgeting. That was mine. I asked where it fit in the four-step process. And they were pretty clear that that was their process, and participatory budgeting is another animal. And I agree, and that is not the end of discussion on participatory budgeting. So that can be its own beast, and that's why I'm comfortable voting for this tonight. That's it.
All right. Any more questions? All right. Motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the resolution passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 29, a resolution granting a partial exemption from current standards related to proposed historic Berry Farms with advancement to the short-term or short-form plat process located at 1300 West Lindsay. Sir?
One moment.
I'll entertain
Can we have just a little sidebar?
side. What? Did I read it incorrectly?
It looks like we have a problem.
Oh.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I was not just now.
I wasn't either till about 5 minutes ago. I apologize, but or a few minutes ago. But it's come to our attention that we have an inadvertent agenda mistake or left off this had a 2025 plan amendment to it, and that is not on the agenda tonight. I apologize very much, but we're going to ask for a postponement for 2 weeks so that we can have that corrected. Make sure we have it right. We appreciate Councilmember Schuler and Peacock have put a lot of time into this. I appreciate you very much, and staff as well. But we would request respectfully that we have a postponement for 2 weeks of these items, or whatever the next. I don't know if it's 2 weeks. Yeah.
I have a motion to postpone and second for 2 weeks. Yeah,
2
what's the
weeks.
dates?
2 weeks.
March 4.
There we go.
To postpone until March 14th.
Is that just this
That
item?
would be this item and the next item, 29 and 30.
This is getting business done fast.
That's my motion then, to postpone all of these that are relevant to this till a date certain of March 14th.
Okay, so the motion should be that we postpone items 29 and 30. Is there a second?
Yeah, got it.
Okay, motion and second. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to postpone items 29 and 30 until March 14th passes unanimously. Mr. Rieger, want to offer my apologies for that. On staff's part, certainly apologize, and we will get that corrected.
Thank you, sir, for your grace. Item number 31, ordinance 0222323, upon second and final reading, adopting and enacting a new code for the city, providing for the repeal of certain ordinances not included therein, providing a penalty for the violation thereof, providing for the manner of amending such code, and providing when such code and this ordinance shall become effective. You want to speak for it? I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and second. Ms. Snyder? Oh, there you are. Assistant City Attorney, she will make a presentation.
Well, I had a PowerPoint, but I think I could just make this pretty simple. We're here about the recodification of our city code. This started back in fall of 2020, and there was some budgeting done in the 2021 budget year. Currently, we have an online access provided by MuniCode, and what's now produces our agenda and other items. We've partnered with MuniCode with a team of attorneys, step by step, and really, I should say, literally word by word, because they took our entire code, they did a pass through it. Catherine and Brenda are the ones who are really in charge of this. I just got this part of the day. And I also got the chance to go through, when I printed it out, it was 800 pages. And so I have gone through all 800 pages 3 times myself. So I'm pretty certain also, I just want to say this in advance, I may have missed a thing or two, and we'll hope not. But it really was a comprehensive review of all the materials. And what the recodification does is a process to consolidate and organize the city code into a logical and sequential code of ordinances. We've been using MuniCode online for some time. But we went through this comprehensive code. There's some statutory provisions that allow this, that require this, and the ordinances can be revised and rearranged and renumbered. I'll get to the renumbering here in just a moment, because that's going to be the biggest problem for at least staff, and reorganized in some kind of systematic arrangement. Statute also says that we should do it every 10 years unless you use some type of a loose leaf code. I know the mayor knows what this is because he's a former city employee, but I wanted to bring my personal copy of the city code, which I've used for quite some time, but I haven't opened it up in a number since we got online. So this is what, since 1976, the city of Norman has used. It's really heavy. Back in the day, we would make changes to the code, and they would mail us all these pages, and then every department had to pull this thing apart because you couldn't like open it up and make copies, and then staff members had to stick the little pages in there. So all of us have had this, and I keep it on my shelf just for, it's a museum quality now, I suppose. But so we are allowed by statute, because we've had the loose leaf, to do it that way. What MuniCode did was they identified, I thought it was quite remarkable. They identified conflicts and inconsistencies, obsolete ordinances, and they compared them all to the state statutes. So when we got our first reorganization or revision, there would be like, they'd mark it out and say, oh, this is covered under state statute, or this is changed. But I do want to say these are not any substantive changes to the code. It's kind of a major housekeeping for the code, but they were remarkable. They have a team of people and a number of departments, because we worked with one gal, and Catherine, Brenda, and I spent a long, comprehensive, about 3-hour phone call one time, and then we went through it. Each department was given their pages, their code to go through. I had to kind of hold them off. I wasn't changing everything. Some got a little zealous in how they wanted things to be changed. But so all the department heads and their staff have gone through all those pages also. I mean, for me, I had to kind of do it old school. You can tell, still kind of like the code book. But it's about the only way it worked. They went through the pages, gave me the pages with sticky notes and red lines, because it's nothing they could have really done online. And then I went back through it, page by page and tried to make changes. And we sent it off to those people in Florida, the Municode people, and they had their team go back through it. And we were in constant contact with them. I could email them the silliest question and get a good response. So I was very happy with the customer service we received from Municode. And like I said, it's not substantive. I'll say one of the best changes, I don't know if Jane, I hope Jane's department feels this way, is that the zoning code will now be on Municode. Instead of having to go online and go find the zoning ordinance and search through there, it's going to be made a part of the code. And I think out of the 800 pages, zoning one, that they had the largest part of our code was the zoning. And so Jane and her team had a lot to go through. But that's going to be really great for our citizens and those who want to look at the zoning code. They're going to have a lot easier access, and it's all searchable, and it's really pretty easy. Here's maybe the biggest problem is where it used to be section 13-402, that's probably going to be section 23-409. So all those numbers have changed. I did talk them out of, when they first sent it to us, it was section 423.12.407. I'm like, no, we cannot do all those numbers. That's just not going to work. And the reason we didn't get the same numbering is because they have gone and reserved some chapters for future adding chapters or things like that. So it could not be avoided. That's going to require every department. Court has just gone crazy about it because all that has to be changed. The police department's going to look at changes if we've got any signs posted with codes on it, if letters go out for zoning or historic district or whatever it will be, all those are going to have to be done, and the staff is going to have to really dig down. We're probably going to miss a few here and there. But in the code, I was glad to see that it'll say on there at the bottom of the entry, code 15702, 1976 or something like that. So you will be able to look at what the old code number was, and there's going to be some ways to kind of look back. But that is going to be a challenge for everybody, but that's just something we'll have to do. There are a few things that were repealed out of there. The Children's Rights Coordinating Commission, that has been a commission that has not been in operation in 7 or so years. I had done a lot of research on that a number of years ago, literally listened to, went through all microfiche and looked at everything. And when it was started and to what it was now, we have other agencies and other commissions that cover all that. And so it was a commission we didn't need. Portions of the sales tax, some of that had expired, the COVID-19 pandemic, we went ahead and took all that out. We don't have self-service fueling stations anymore, so that's not in there. We don't license childcare establishments. We deleted that. Some of the cable TV, because that's covered under federal law. So there were some of those things that we could notice easily that needed to just be taken out. Or one of the ones that was just an ordinance was due to the Oklahoma City ordinance about panhandling, was overturned by the federal court. Their begging ordinance in Oklahoma City, they called it panhandling, ours was begging. We went ahead and deleted that because the courts had already said we can't have that type of ordinance. I really think it will be more user-friendly. I think our citizens and everybody who wants to use it will be able to do that, especially with the addition of the zoning code. There's it's self-publishing. Brenda will have more details on that. They've provided, if anybody wants to know, but there's some training that's going along with that, and we will be able to, as I understand it, once we have an ordinance passed, we'll be able to, I guess, upload that into Municode and not have to wait for Municode to add that to it. So when ordinances get passed, it's going to get into Municode and online much quicker. So that was just, there's my little PowerPoint right up there. I told Bryce, I'm like, I don't even know if I know where that is today. So that's why I think it's funny I'm on the training, because I'm not the one who's that great at it. So if there's any questions, I kind of rambled through that pretty quick, but it's been a long time coming. Brenda is really the one who has spent the majority of the time figuring this out and doing the self-publishing. Her staff, once we finished it, there was a number of ordinances that had not been added into Municode, and so they got a lot of early practice on how to upload it themselves. So does anybody have any questions? I believe it doesn't take effect for about 30 days. Like I say, as far as court and police, they're really ones that are going to be impacted pretty quickly, and they have already started working together. They've got it to get, know what's coming, and they've already been alerted about what the new numbers are.
Jeannie, will there be training for council if they want it?
Well, the council wouldn't do any of the uploading.
No, and not for the uploading and stuff, but
mean, how to
on a new
search it?
numbering system and how
Well,
to use. And
it's not, the numbering system, if you don't use it a lot, you probably wouldn't notice if you hadn't have already known that, health and safety was chapter 10, now it's going to be chapter something else. But if anybody needs training on it or wants to be able to walk through it, I'm sure Brenda's office, I know my office, we'd be glad for anybody to come down and we'll go through it. But it'll be searchable just like Muni Code is now.
Okay, so
You just,
I will send you the link tomorrow to what the new site will look like. I mean, it'll be similar to the site now, but it'll have all the new chapters and that will be effective in 30 days when it goes live. It does have, in the self-publishing aspect, we will be updating that once the 30 days passes in-house on my side of this table. And then one of the things that's also kind of neat about it is that the actual ordinance that council adopts, well, those are also attached to it, so that if somebody wants to go back and look at all the history of them, those are banked in there as well. And that's a new feature that we didn't have before. We're able to draft ordinances much easier, the legal department will be, with this capability. So it has a lot of really nicer features for staff, and I think having everything codified together is going to be really great for the community as well. I mean, I get complaints all the time about the zoning ordinance and how it's not easily searchable and all that kind of stuff. So I think everybody will really like it.
well,
One
it'll be
other-
nice. In conversations that we've had, like when we were talking about the carport ordinance, it was nice being able to have, for me, it's easier to print it out, but it's nice to be able to get that piece of paper so I can understand exactly what people are not happy with and what people are happy with.
Yeah, it's easy to print from there. Another, I didn't mention it in there, but it just came to me, there will be a section that you'll go to chapter, whatever say the courts are or the offenses are, and it's going to have the list of the penalties listed by chapter, so you'll be able to look at that a lot easier too on most of the penalties. That's a new addition, and then also fees, I believe.
Yeah, all of our fees, all the fees the city has are now listed in one appendix. So be easier to look at that, so we don't have to search through every chapter.
Questions from council or comments from council? Excellent, thank you, ma'am. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comment if they'd like. Evan?
Seven, and I think this is just awesome. Let's turn a page, learn some new numbers, give staff a little bit more work. If they're ready for, let's go for it, yeah.
Thank you. Any further comment from the public?
Steve, do you and Cindy want to speak?
My question was answered. I was going to ask a question.
Excellent. Anything else? All right. Motion on the floor.
No, I'm
Oh.
sorry. We do have council.
Who we got?
Lauren.
Councilmember Schuler.
Thank you. I just want my sincere thanks to all of our staff members who have diligently and painstakingly gone through every single word and line in our code to get it to this point, and for us to be able to, I know it's been a long time coming, we keep hearing like, oh, it's coming, we're gonna do this. And I do think that it's really exciting. I like the way that you can search Muni Code now, and I think it's gonna be really amazing to have the zoning ordinance in there, all of the fees in one place, penalties, all of that. I think it's gonna be much easier for our residents to be able to search and to be able to use. Because right now I know that it can be challenging to find some of the things and where do they live. And so I'm just really excited that we're finally getting to this point for everyone. So thank you. Big shout out to Brenda. Thank you. Yeah.
votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon second reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or recommend, adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading. I have a motion and second on the floor. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance passes unanimously.
Thank you all. Item number 32, ordinance number 0222324, upon second and final reading, amending the City of Norman standard specifications and construction drawings in the engineering design criteria for street, stormwater, water lines, sanitary sewers, dated February 28th, 2023. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Mr. Sturts, city engineer, would you like?
Yes, sir, I would. Thank you very much. Mayor, council members, thank you for letting us come tonight for this important milestone in this project. About 3 years in the making. In fact, it's about 3 years to the date that we got under contract on this. So ready to get this wrapped up. We last came and talked to you about this in a study session back November 29th. And at that meeting, you requested that we kind of postpone, slow down, give people a little bit more time to go through and learn a little more about it. And we've complied with that. We kept the public comment period open longer. We had an extra public meeting. And here we are tonight before you to look at this, get some conversation, answer your questions, and hopefully be able to adopt this document. And what we're talking about here is our engineering design criteria, standard specifications, and construction documents. And I really thought I was going to win the night on the thickest document, but Jeannie just blew me out of the water. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. So those are the two documents we're going to be discussing tonight. These were originally adopted in 1996. So they got a lot of age on them. There were 9 revisions, the last one being in 2006. So they've got a lot of time on them, a lot of time since they've been touched and looked at. And so it was time to do that and do a very comprehensive look at that. So we kind of want to make sure that everybody understands what an engineering design criteria, or EDC, is. Really, this is how those developers, those designers know what to construct and how to design it, where it goes, and those items. When we really look at that, we're talking about the public infrastructure. So the water, the sewer, the storm sewer, and those items are really going to be there that's going to serve the property, either on the property or getting it to the property. And you can see there, it's equations and lots of charts and stuff to consider there for the design engineers to actually be able to utilize. But it's also important to know what the EDC doesn't do. It doesn't determine where development can occur. That's really the 2025 Land Use and Transportation Plan. It doesn't really tell you what can be developed. That's really the zoning ordinances. And then you tie into this the subdivision regulations that help you lay out exactly what that subdivision is supposed to look like. And then this is that last piece that goes in for this public infrastructure part of it. When we talk about the standard specifications, really this is kind of how the contractors get some of that framework for some of the contractual obligations. So it really lays out a lot of that. It talks about how many tests to do for concrete. It talks about what we can do and what they can do as far as contractual ideas behind that, like, you know, the typical, when can we stop construction? When can we cancel the contract? And then the construction drawings is kind of the last piece of that. And that's what those contractors actually have out in the field that actually show them how to build it. And you can see one here showing how you'd actually build a roadway. So it's actually a very practical document. It takes us all the way from the design through the completion. So a lot of this started, but since 2006, we've had a lot of changes here in the city of Norman. A lot of things have happened, and we've made a lot of improvements. We've added the Water Quality Protection Zone, and as a part of that, there was a low-impact development manual. This is replacing that low-impact manual that was from Wichita, Kansas, that's now out of date, and I'm told they don't even use that one anymore. So we wrote our own, and we're going to have that. We also we added the PROAG, which is the Public Right-of-Way ADA Access Guidelines. So we'll be more modern with that. And even though we apply it now, we'll have it by design where we can make sure it's in there. We've completed a comprehensive transportation plan, complete streets manuals. There's been updates and changes to stormwater modeling, including new data sets that we needed to incorporate that weren't incorporated before. New construction materials, new pipes, construction methods, new state permits, you name it. There's been a lot of things that just are not incorporated from 2006. So just a real brief background, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but back in 2014, we completed the comprehensive transportation plan. They said, you need to update this. So 9 years ago, they told us we need to do this, and here we are today. City Council in 2017 started looking at green building codes, which is really more about building, but it did talk about green infrastructure. So a lot of that conversation and got us started down this. That also brought in looking at parking, which Council has acted on recently to make some changes there. But a lot of the green infrastructure started becoming more prevalent and necessary. We've had private sector that wants to use it, and we need guidelines to how to use that properly so it actually meets the needs of the community. So in July 2019, with the approval of the FYE 2020 Capital Improvement Program, Council funded this process for us to be able to get this done. And at that point, we contracted with Freese and Nichols, and that contract was approved 3 years and 8 days ago, February 20th, 2020. So the project objectives, what are we trying to do here? Really, we're trying to bring this old 25-plus year document, bring it up into a modern document. A lot of what Jeannie Snyder just spoke about, we're doing the same thing. You're going to be able to go in and click on a link, it's going to take you to the page instead of having to flip through. It's going to be much more practical instead of just one giant PDF that you just have to thumb through. We're consolidating, we're taking a bunch of manuals that weren't put together and getting them in one place with appendices. So it's going to be easier for a design professional when they come. We don't have to go, oh yeah, but you need to go find this other document, kind of like the zoning codes, kind of the same thing. We're bringing it more together. We're bringing in complete streets. We're going to be bringing in, as I said a minute ago, what we're calling now green infrastructure. We're now calling it sustainable stormwater development. Again, we talked about PROAG, traffic impact analysis, the water quality protection zone, and also making sure that our comprehensive transportation plan and our engineering design criteria are the same. We were using different terms for different roads, and it caused a little bit of confusion, but we always worked through it. And with that, I'd like to bring up Don Warwick with Freese and Nichols, who were our consultant on this. They brought in a team, kind of like, just like Jeannie said, they brought in a team from multiple offices in multiple states to complete this project, and she's going to take you more through the project approach.
So what happened in those 3 years while we were working through this project? That's kind of my section here. The project approach was 3 phases: to basically identify the issues that need to be addressed, to go through the development of that content, and then to implement it. So those are the 3 phases. And we started with stakeholder input. We wanted to make sure that this was an informed decision-making process from start to finish. The staff formed an advisory committee, so representatives and subject matter experts from each of the key technical areas that are part of the staff team in various departments, as well as a broader stakeholder committee were formed. So we utilized those 2 groups to help inform our understanding of what the issues were and how we needed to best address them to serve the community. The initial stakeholder committee, which was formed from folks that are regular users of these documents, so people with some technical expertise as well as community members at large, provided some really good feedback for us. That initially began with a 25-member committee. It expanded kind of during the first phase of the project when we realized that there were some additional voices that needed to be included. So the diagnostic review and benchmarking phase of the process was really just that. It was an opportunity to look at the existing engineering design criteria, specifications, construction drawings. We also took a look at the land development regulations to identify any barriers to the type of development that the city wanted to achieve. And during this time, we conducted a benchmarking study as well to give us some good reference points. Other communities, both regionally and across the country, that particularly utilize and implement sustainable stormwater development or green infrastructure programs that might be good models for the city of Norman. So the phase 1 milestones, this is really just walks you through the process beginning back in early 2020 and taking us through to the beginning of 2021 was the development of that diagnostic report and benchmarking study. There were internal and external points where we reached out to those identified stakeholder groups and worked with them to create the diagnostic report to make sure that we answered questions and incorporated their feedback. That engagement included a stakeholder meeting in June of 2020. That was really to introduce the project, to get it kicked off, give everybody an opportunity for discussion. Earlier in the project, we did have some hiccups with COVID and having to kind of restructure some meetings and things like that. The drafting of the diagnostic report happened basically from June until December of 2020, and then there was a review period where it was where feedback was gathered, and the report itself was finalized in January of 2021. I mentioned that it identifies issues and recommends solutions. This became our roadmap for actually drafting content and updating the design criteria. That moved us into phase 2 of the project, where we're really looking at modifying and editing those technical documents to address the things that were identified in the diagnostic report. This is the phase that we're really finalizing at this point in time. So you can see that it's sort of taken us through various review periods and discussions. We formed in phase 2 specific technical committees utilizing the input from the community and stakeholders. And those committees met to help draft and review content on various technical topics within these documents. So streets, utilities, water and sewer, drainage, sustainable development. Each of those groups, each of those sections of the document had a working group that was helping to identify issues and review content. So you'll see that we had several different stakeholder meetings basically throughout 2021, and during that process, we were also meeting with the staff advisory group. Phase 2 engagement really began with those meetings in early 21 and ran all the way through June of 22. Staff review of the draft document was conducted sort of from summer into fall of 22, and we distributed the document, the draft engineering design criteria manual, to stakeholders September 29th. We conducted a stakeholder meeting on October 6th, and at that point in time, we also launched a project website so that everyone could access the document and provide feedback. That website and the public comment period were open until the end of the year, so through December 30th. Some of the highlights that were addressed within this update covered the span of all of these different sections, but in general, we looked at formatting and punctuation updates, some just basics, consolidating the definitions into a single section of the document, updating references, incorporating hyperlinks and cross-references, moving references to fees related to various components of the engineering design criteria and specifications into a standalone fee schedule so that if anything needs to be updated, it's updated in one location and you don't end up with conflicts elsewhere. Let's see, so highlights with regard to utilities, both water and sewer. A lot of this section was really to ensure that we were updating to recognize and reflect best practices and current practices, as well as updating materials, because some of the materials that had been referenced in the previous design criteria have evolved, and there are better options on the market that are recommended. So a lot of that happened within the utilities section. As Mr. Sturts mentioned, the streets section was focused a lot on integrating best practices and aligning the engineering design criteria with adopted policies such as the TIA, traffic impact analysis guidelines, the complete streets, as well as accessibility criteria that are stated in PROAG. With regard to stormwater, there are new models and new equations that are utilized that are more current than what was previously in the document, as well as like the other utilities, some new materials that needed to be referenced. And another component of the stormwater section was to make sure that we were aligned with the most current state permitting requirements. Section 7000 is a brand new section. This is the section that addresses sustainable stormwater development. This is voluntary. It's not a mandatory utilization at this point. The city can choose to evolve that into whatever whatever is appropriate given the circumstances. But what we had seen is that developers were wanting to utilize some low-impact development techniques. The city did not have standards, so each time there was a project that people wanted to utilize a different type of design on, it had to be reviewed as a sort of one-off and negotiated and make sure that everyone had all of the best practices implemented. And this way, there is a standard for a variety of different types of stormwater designs, and that helps to ensure there's consistency in the way that those types of installations are employed throughout the community. Ultimately, if they're placed on public property, they become the city's responsibility, and you want to make sure that it's something that the city can inspect as well as maintain in perpetuity. So having the standards helps to do that. And that section addresses a variety of different large and small scale stormwater controls. So some of those examples are seen here. They range from porous pavement to large types of manufactured systems. All right. So some of the highlights with regard to the document itself, we added appendices to the engineering design criteria manual to make sure that all of these policies that are related are connected and stay with the design guidelines. The development regulations, I mentioned that we did a review of the city's development regulations. A technical memo accompanies the updated engineering design criteria and just provides some recommendations that will help to incentivize the utilization of sustainable stormwater design techniques and gives you some options to consider a credit-based system. So we utilized this project website and other means to gather feedback on the project, really beginning in early October through the end of last year. Through that process, we also conducted the City Council study session that was mentioned in November. The input was collected both from the website as well as through emails and other communications. We conducted a series of community open house events, one that was self-guided through the website, a virtual open house that ran between November 30th and December 15th. On December 7th, about midway through that virtual open house, we conducted an online call-in, so it was staffed. We had a few participants call in and listen to a presentation and ask a few questions about the project. Also on December 7th, we were here in person and conducted an in-person open house meeting. In February, earlier, I guess last week, February 16th, about 2 weeks ago, we conducted another virtual question and answer meeting just to give people another opportunity before we got to this meeting to ask questions, to understand the project a little bit better, to review the content. And so all of those sort of consisted of the information that we received. What we got, and what I believe is also in your packet, is a series of comments through the website as well as additional input. We created a log and identified all of the feedback that we received in both of those platforms, and there were responses provided for all of those. Some of those responses ended up, making adjustments to the documents to improve them and to be responsive to recommendations or questions that were asked. And some of those adjustments included some basics like formatting and updating hyperlinks or cross-references, updating the standard page size for plans. That was referenced in a variety of different places and it needed to be standardized. Some definitions needed to be clarified as well as references to other city documents. We also addressed inquiries about different types of practices or requirements. Some things were practices that the city already conducts. Why do you do this? Well, we've been doing, why are you recommending this? Well, this is the best practice that we've been employing since, for several years. So those types of responses are incorporated. We did have some missing language relative to fire hydrants that needed to be replaced. We increased and modified the retaining wall requirements relative to permits and when they're required. Modified the requirement for streetlights being shown on plats. Those should be shown at the final plat and not preliminary, so that was an adjustment. We also referenced or updated the reference to when a design needs to be responsive to the 500-year floodplain as opposed to the 100-year floodplain, and that is basically referred back to an OWRB dam safety requirement criteria. So that was actually a pretty important modification that the development community brought to our attention. Also making sure that there's flexibility with regard to fish species, and this has to do with the stocking of retention or detention ponds, when necessary as a component of development. So there are a lot of benefits that we feel like are stemming from this project, and Mr. Sturts is going to hit the highlights of those.
So generally what we want to do is come up with a clear, easy to use document, something that's way better than what we have today. And we've definitely made that successfully. We improved the efficiency. The document's better, easier to use. It's more current. It's got all the documentation we need. It's also going to help us with future maintenance because we have a lot more standardization across everything. We updated the methods, as we said there, and there's new sources for review. We actually wound up finally incorporating the latest stormwater data to be used instead of stuff that was from probably the late to early 90s. So that was another big impact. But one thing that we wanted to realize and that we wanted to make sure everybody knows, this is a living document. We're not done here. If there's changes that need to be done, we can come back to council and request amendments. So that's another thing we want to make sure this is a document that we can continue to live with. So there will be future actions. This isn't the end. The first thing we have to do is we're going to have to implement the CDC with all city departments. And I was remiss here that I didn't add our designers and developers, because making sure they have this new data and understand it clearly and knowing how to access it easily is going to be as important as us knowing how to do it in-house. So that's going to be our next, we'll have 30 days, because this is an ordinance before it goes into effect. In the next 30 days, we'll be reaching out to those partners and working with them and making sure that they have it and that we can start working together to really understand it and utilize it to its full maximum potential. The other thing that we will do is we will come back to council when it's appropriate and when you're ready to begin discussing incentivization of the sustainable stormwater development. And I think it's something that's going to be key to the future of making sure and seeing it being more utilized. We're seeing it now, but we'd love to see more of that utilized in our community. And then finally, as I talked about this being a living document, we feel that every 2 years is probably the maximum time frame we want to go without revisiting this as a staff and then reaching out to our stakeholders again and making sure that there's not something that isn't working or something that a new material or a new idea that we need to incorporate. So when we come to that, we'll look at it internally, then externally, and then if we think there's a need, we'll come back to council requesting adoption of those amendments. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Scott, I gave you some questions that came from some developers that were just listed out on an email. Did those get resolved?
Yes, sir. When we referenced it, we got comments from another source. It was actually that information that we did. We counted 111. That maybe it's kind of hard because there were kind of multiple part questions, but there were about 111 comments in there, and we addressed it. And we actually went through in that log, the second log actually gives the response to each one of the questions that they posed. A lot of the questions we looked at and went, nope, you're right. And we made those changes. And some of those were outlined there in that list that we gave. But yes, sir, that was definitely part of what we wanted to make sure we incorporated.
Thank you for doing that.
Yes, sir.
Questions from council? You numbed their minds. All right. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comment or ask questions if they have one. Evan.
Evan Dunn, Ward 7. I want to commend all the staff and the teams who have been working on this. This is immense. I had no idea that tonight we were going to deal with new codes. You're doing it. You're doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any final comments?
We have Stephen, Ellis, and Cindy? Okay,
All right,
that's it.
good to go. Hearing none. The motion on the floor
Oh,
is,
I'm sorry, that was it for the audience, but we do have council comments.
you only gave me half the answer.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Schuler.
Yes, want to echo the sentiments of Mr. Dunn here. This is something, another kind of key piece in updating all of our processes, our code, our engineering design criteria that is coming, I'm glad, before we do our comprehensive land use plan, as we're thinking about development and being strategic about it. I also appreciate the kind of action items that you laid out, that we're going to discuss this every 2 years and not wait, 15, 20 years to come back. I know that puts an undue burden on our staff to really figure out what isn't, what is past, what is current. So if we're doing this on a more annual basis, that's going to make it, I think, so much easier for not only staff, but also for our development community to make sure that they are adhering to all of the most up-to-date processes and things like that. I was also intrigued to see the item about incentivization for our kind of green stormwater and those things, because just as everyone knows, we do not have a stormwater utility in Norman, and everything that we do regarding stormwater is piecemeal. It's development by development, piece by piece, or trying to go back and mitigate past infrastructural failures or all of those things. So I'm really interested in what we're going to come up with to, continue to make that process better and to continue to bring online stormwater projects and infrastructure that is going to sustain us into the future. So thank you, Mr. Sturts, and our consultants for doing all of this work and getting us to this point. I know that it's not sexy to talk about some of these things, but it's the important work of city government, and thank you for all the hard work.
Councilmember Foreman.
I have the worst case of spring fever. I am cleaning my house like crazy. So this and the prior thing that we discussed, cleaning it up, consolidating, bringing it up to speed, clearly working with documentation and information from the 90s, although I do love the 90s, has proven detrimental to the city in recent history. So I'm really glad to see that. And I just wanted to say thank you for you and your staff and everyone who's done all the hard work.
Councilmember Grant.
Yes, thank you, Scott, and thank you, Dawn, for presenting tonight. I was one of the ones that popped in last week, I guess that meeting was. I appreciate you taking the time to show me around the website and where the comments are and explain, yes, we've always done this, so this comment doesn't quite hold water. I look forward to getting this going, and I really appreciate the fact that it's a living document. So thank you.
Further comments? All right. Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon second reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or recommend, let me get my tongue working again. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have to adopt the ordinance upon final reading passes unanimously.
Bingo, thank you. Item number 33, ordinance 0222325, upon second and final reading, contingent on voter approval to increase the excise tax upon the gross proceeds or gross receipts derived from rents received from occupancy of hotel rooms and providing for an effective date for said increase, subject. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Motion to adopt.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Sham was here.
He's over there.
Dan? Hi.
and Mr. Olson had competing jackets.
Oh, is that what it was? Boy, camouflage.
It's tough to keep up with Jason there. So Aaron Gavigan, the Executive Director of the Norman Arts Council, is also going to join me in this presentation. So Brenda, do you have that? Well, do I hit it?
Mouse there,
Yep.
and it's the opposite.
Do you remember that damn thing?
Last.
Thing for the dam.
Oh, there we go.
Summit Lakes.
All right. So, Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for having me tonight. I have spoken to you on this topic at a study session, so we'll go through this here. Tourism is currently the third largest industry in the state of Oklahoma. Over 2021, the last year we had numbers for, there was 10.1 billion spent with over 17.7 million visitors in the calendar year. This is statewide, 96,800 jobs. You can see they're spending lots of money here when they come to visit. So when we look at Cleveland County, you see here spending is almost 360 million for 2021 with 4,340 jobs and local tax collected at 12.4 million. So they don't do it by city when they look at the data prepared by Dean Runyon and Associates, but they do look at districts. And so we were able to pull the districts together and get our Norman numbers as well. So you look at spending in Norman, 165 million, close to 2,800 jobs there, and local tax collected of 6.8 million. So when I think about this, we call it at my staff level OPM, other people's money. We want them bringing their wallets full of cash, spending it here, going home and making more and coming back. So we love when they're here spending money. For every $100 of visitor spending, it generates $11.40 of local tax revenue. And you see here visitor generated revenues per household. If we didn't have visitors, we would be making up this difference. So they contribute for each household in Norman $390 of local tax revenue, $480 in state tax revenue. So our current visitor tax is 5%, as the mayor read. Currently, or this past fiscal year, was $1.65 million collected, estimated for guest tax. Visit Norman gets 50% of that to market Norman to visitors, bringing in, helping to attract conferences, conventions, tournaments, meetings, those types of things. The Arts Council and Norman Parks and Rec get their remaining 50% split evenly. So you see there, they each get $412,500 for this past fiscal year. We're proposing the visitor tax increase by 3% to go up to 8%. So looking at this past fiscal year, again, for next year, we anticipate it being higher, but when we were doing the numbers, 1.05 million additional dollars would be collected. So the distribution here is a 75-25 split proposal, and I'll go into why that's a little bit different here in the coming slides. But 25% would go to the Arts Council, the 75% would go to a Visit Norman to fund a sports commission. With these new Norman Forward projects coming online, there's lots of opportunity here to attract visitors for different sporting events. We always knew youth sports were recession-proof. We found out over the last few years they're also pandemic-proof. So people are going to cut back on other things before they keep their kids from being in these tournaments. So currently, the total tax collected, visitor and sales tax in Norman is about 35th in the state, or bottom third. This would move us up to 9th in the state, so top 25%. When we look at visitor tax, we're at the bottom 30% again too. We're 33rd in the state. This would put us up at 8th. Eufaula is currently at the top at 9%. Tulsa's at 8.5%, a few others. So this would put us back towards the top. Just recently, this past year, Guthrie and Stillwater voted to increase their guest tax up to 7%. Historically, we've always been 1% above where they're at, so this would keep us there. Additionally, although Oklahoma City's still at 5.5%, as soon as we do this, they're going to increase theirs as well. They're in talks to do that now and kind of waiting for us to lead the charge here. So this funding would be used to go towards a sports commission. these Norman Forward venues that we've worked so hard on as a community are about to come online at the end of this year. And so what we'll do is work with the people that run the venues, whether that's Santa Fe Family Life, Optimus, others, Parks and Rec, to find the windows that they have open. They'll be in the language that the rec leagues and locals will still get to use the tournaments. They have control over that. We'll work to find where are the open windows that we can work to bring in tournaments and other events. For example, this summer, we're bringing in Beep Baseball, the International World Series, which is a blind baseball tournament. Absolutely amazing. If you've not seen it, Google it. These athletes are just truly astounding at what they're able to do. But we were able to put that out at the Griffin Complex soccer fields. They need more space than a diamond can hold in Reeves Park, because with the beeping, they've got to be far enough apart that they're not competing with the noise level there. So we were able to find a window where soccer rec leagues, NYSA wasn't holding their events. It wasn't during growing season for the grass. We're able to bring in thousands of blind competitors from all over the country and all over the world, actually. So things like that we're able to bring in. And so it'll be an umbrella organization of Visit Norman. We will be out marketing Norman through conferences and trade shows to rights holders and organizers that would bring these meets in. I was in a meeting a couple weeks ago talking about the different sports there are. Quidditch, from the book Harry Potter. People run around with brooms between their legs, and they need big fields and soccer complexes to do them in. So those are the type of, there's something for everybody. It's not just soccer, baseball, football. There are amazing athletes competing in disc golf and Quidditch and other things. Additionally, we will expand our partnerships with OU Athletics. They've got some amazing facilities also, and so with Reeves right across the street from the mecca of college softball, being able to maybe use that complex as the championship field is a big drawing point. OU is also known for their athletics across the country. When you think of Norman, many people know Norman, although we're much more than that. They know us for those OU athletics, and so we're a place that they want to come to. Now, I did talk about that 75-25 split being a little different. There will be a venue enhancement fund with approximately 25% of this increased guest tax going towards venue enhancement of these venues. And so we'll be able to keep some operations and maintenance in there to improve upon whether it's Reeves, Griffin, the YFAC, as needed, whether that's shade structures, lighting, turf fields. I don't know what that is, but there'll be a board of directors made up of Parks and Rec and our youth sports organizers that will be able to tell me, here's what we need, here's how we need to spend those dollars. So we're excited to have this in place. We've been working on it since 2015 to look at what the best funding mechanism is. Once again, OPM, this is other people's money, 100% paid for by visitors. If one of you were to rent a hotel room at Embassy Suites and show you're a Norman resident, you don't pay that guest tax. So it is truly 100% towards visitors. And they're improving quality of life with 25% of that going to the arts. Any venue enhancements that are made are not only used by visitors, but also all of the youth from Norman that use these venues as well. So additionally, tax exempt entities won't pay the guest tax. If you're sales tax exempt, you're also guest tax exempt. Tribes don't pay this either. So with that, the estimated economic impact, we did this a few years ago and wanted to be very conservative with our numbers. Typically, a well-run organization has a 25% slippage rate. They're able to capture 75% of what they go after. We wanted to be very cognizant that these are local fields. We're only filling the windows that are available and open. So we flipped that. We have a 75% slippage rate on things we can hold and go after here. And you see here with 22 flat fields, 12 diamonds, and 8 courts, those 8 courts basketball or 12 courts volleyball. We didn't include the pool here. It will hold some things, but being only 25 meters at this time, it's not going after the larger, bigger events. Total impact, $65.2 million spent annually. with 8.9 million in tax collected, both state and local, 74,800 room nights, and over 122,000 visitors. So we're very excited about this, and I think it's a no-brainer. With that, I'll turn it over to Aaron.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for letting us talk to you about this tonight. It's been a while since I've been up here and talked about hotel tax, and some of you haven't heard me talk about it. So I wanted to start with just a little bit of history of how the Arts Council actually uses these funds. Since the hotel tax grant program began in 1981, the Arts Council has granted out $4.5 million in grants to the arts organizations in Norman. In addition to the original program-based grants that we started with, we've expanded the program to include operational support, sudden opportunity support, arts management support, and just this year, we launched support of individual artist community projects as well. The organizations of Norman that use the hotel tax grants, they use them as matching funds to leverage further funding from the State Arts Council, from Mid-America Arts Alliance, from the National Endowment for the Arts, and from private foundations. Most grants ask organizations to have matching funds to be able to apply for grants. And because we have this program here in Norman, we're able to support our organizations in going after additional funding as well. Oh, wrong way. Sorry. So the hotel tax grants allow us and the other arts organizations of Norman to impact our community in a variety of positive ways. And over the years, we have put art in Norman Public School classrooms in partnership with the Firehouse Arts Center. We have partnered with small businesses during the Second Friday Art Walk and the Walker Arts District. We have empowered disabled children through a program at the Sooner Theater that allows them to perform on stage. Obviously, we offer free music in our parks and our streets through the Depot and Jazz in June and the Norman Music Festival. And we offer art therapy to veterans in the Norman Veterans Center as well. But the quality of life amenities are really only part of what we do with this funding and what part of our impact is. The arts in Norman have an incredible economic impact as well. We know that annually the arts in Norman produce over $1.8 million in sales tax revenue for the city of Norman. Over 1 million people come to our arts events every year. 37% of those are from out of town. That's important because out-of-towners spend more money when they're here. We generate over 1,500 hotel stays, so that's kind of us regenerating back into the program as well. We support over 1,500 full-time equivalent jobs. And we know that attendees spend on average $45 per person in the community when they come here for an arts event. That is above and beyond what it would cost them to attend the event. So that doesn't include ticket prices. That is money that they spend in the community, going out to dinner, going out for drinks afterwards, getting gas at our gas stations. Oh, guys, it's just backwards. And currently, for the fiscal year 23-24 coming up, we are estimated to receive $520,000 for the hotel tax. So based on our past study, where we got all of those economic impact numbers that I shared with you, we anticipate that those funds will generate $2.6 million in local tax revenue. And should this increase pass, we are estimating that based on every dollar of public funding that goes into the arts, there will be $5 in direct return on investment for local tax revenue. So we promise that an increase in the hotel tax collections will exponentially increase not just the arts' direct services to the community, but will actually have a continued rippling effect of arts funding that increases dollars spent locally and tax revenues generated locally. That's all I have. So if you guys have any questions for either one of us.
One more slide here. So we do have broad support of our hoteliers. Obviously, Norman Arts Council and Norman Roundtable boards have both voted to support this. Norman Parks Commission voted to support this increase as well, Visit Norman, and our youth sports organization. So there's broad support throughout the community. With that, open it up for any questions.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, just a couple of things to share about what benefits we've seen directly from staff's perspective, just having these resources available to us. This past year, we got a notification from the City Managers Association of Oklahoma that they were looking for a place to have a conference. And they said, we have this RFP, and I thought, I don't know where to start to fill that thing out. Hey, Dan, can you take this? And lo and behold, they said, Dan's response to that RFP, they brought their conference to Norman. We had 140 people here. Dan shook them for OPM, other people's money. And the response we got was, they said that was the smoothest conference they've had in years because Dan and his team took care of everything, and we thought that was wonderful. When we talk about the reach and how do we verify other people's money, the data we can get from software by drawing circles on maps to see all the cell phones that came into this event and where those area codes are and really get clear numbers as to how big a reach we have on some of these activities. And we think it is the tip of the iceberg as OU moves more quickly to enter the Southeastern Conference. We can see those numbers accelerate. So kind of an exciting opportunity from staff's perspective.
It is. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Holman, did you have a comment?
Yes. One, I'm assuming the Postal Training Center has become supportive of this, or remember there being some kind of potential hang-up with the sports?
So that was a different type of funding mechanism that they were looking at. They are supportive of this. They have a new will have a new general manager they're looking to hire. The past general manager was the DC folks were supportive of a guest tax increase. When we were looking at a tourism marketing district, that was a different issue their legal team looked at.
Okay. I know that the federal government's involvement with that facility is a little bit of a complication we don't see with the other hotels. So
I will say, Stephen, on that though, most of their folks are tax exempt anyway, and so they would be exempt from this as well.
Okay.
Bummer.
But just letting everybody know, the Postal Training Center is a public hotel. Anybody that wants to stay there can. But most people, I would agree, don't probably know that it's a hotel that's open to anybody. But I appreciate that update on that. And then secondly, when was the last time this was increased?
Yeah, so it's only been increased one other time in its 30-plus year history of being implemented. It was about 10 years ago that it went up from 3% to 4%.
And it was originally created in the 1980s?
1980.
1980.
Yeah, and then, yeah.
At 3%, and then raised.
No, it was 4%, then it went to 5.
Yep, I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
misspoke. 4% to 5%, it went up
and then
1%.
10 years ago, raised to 5. Okay. And it does require, to raise it requires a vote of the entire city.
Correct, so tonight all we're asking for is to put it to a vote of the people.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schuler?
Yeah, Councilmember Holman addressed my comment was going to be about the vote that will be forthcoming. So, addressed.
Thank you.
Hearing no more. Do we have any public?
We will, I have Steve and Cynthia. Stephen.
No fighting on the floor.
We'll arm wrestle. Steve Ellis, Ward 4. In many ways, I know that this is just going up for a vote of the people, so I can't be strongly opposed to the resolution that's out. But I do think it's worth reminding the council of some stuff that we learned last night from the sort of Strong Towns presentation, that if we're going to be serious about trying to, do economic development kinds of issues in Norman, we've really got to do our due diligence about like running these numbers. And unfortunately, the kinds of numbers that we've been getting tonight are almost certainly overblown. I know how the Arts Commission numbers was done. It was a simple multiplier study. It's an ex-ante projection. And my guess is that's true also from the Visit Norman numbers, because what they do basically is they estimate the number of people who are visiting in town. They assume that all of that is zero cost and that there's extra money just dropped in, that there's a multiplier effect on that money, so it goes throughout the town. It doesn't take into account potentially deterring other people from being places, changing other people's plans, potentially getting other people to go to other places out of town or withhold their spending. So when you look at the actual numbers, the ex post, when you study what actually happens in situations like this, it can go from nothing happened net to something happened net. And it's rarely ever nearly as large as is being offered. So what I hope will happen, I assume that this is going to pass to a vote. So what I hope will happen is that the city will encourage all of the advocacy groups who are in charge of this to show the math, basically. Because it's very clear that if the city were really thinking of itself as or the council were really thinking of itself as board of directors of a firm, there's 0 firms in this country that would make this pricing decision based on the kind of data that you've got right now. It's just not, it's nowhere near sufficient to make those kinds of judgments. So if you're going to be serious about the sort of strong towns kind of notion, might as well get started early, right? And do our due diligence. We're trying to figure out what the actual economic impact of this proposal is. Thanks.
Cynthia?
Cindy Rogers, Ward 4. In a strange turn of events, the philosopher talked economics, so I won't talk about that. I did have a question about what the voters will actually be voting on. Is that just the rate itself, or is that also the allocation? When I saw the language, it just says from 5% to 8%, but the discussion has been about how things are allocated. And, we may learn things about maybe Sports Commission needs more, maybe they need less, and I want to know how flexible that is. So that's my question. Comment. I don't know where the 8% came from, but I do know that there's a pretty good literature on what happens when you raise rates, and you could deter people from staying in Norman if it gets too high. That's a thing. They could stay in more, not very far away. If they're price sensitive, not everybody coming into town for whatever we're doing will, have fat wallets. So I think Moore doesn't have a hotel tax. Am I right about that? I'm not an expert on Moore. So I think we need to be a little bit concerned about lowering occupancy, driving people. Yeah, maybe one time they don't notice, but maybe they come back to multiple whatever sports ball tournaments, and they'll be like, yeah, maybe I'll save that $20, couple nights, $40 or whatever it is. So I think we need to be a little bit careful about that. I do know that group activities are most sensitive to price increases and the tax rate. So that's something. But my biggest concern, is that we're talking about Norman Forward projects, which were built, quality of life for Norman folks, not tourism for Norman folks. And I know they can be related. But Norman Forward projects, there's going to be this tension between projects for local kids to play sports, to have local tournaments, and bringing in other things that may or may not be for local people. And I'm really worried about the tension between filling in gaps and crowding out what our local kids can do and opportunities for them. And I'm also a little bit worried about financial oversight if deciding about maintenance and those things doesn't go through the Financial Oversight Board. So I think that needs to be a step. Always more eyes on budgets are a good thing. Thank you.
Ready?
Go for it, Ed.
Go.
Evan Dunn, Ward 7. Thankfully, we have those two professors who dedicate their time, a lot of their lives to studying these kinds of issues, and thank you to them. I appreciate a lot of their concerns. I know Dan and Aaron have put their hearts in this, and I look forward to seeing it come to a vote. So, thanks for that.
Thank you.
We have one more, Paul Wilson.
Paul Wilson, Ward 1. I just wanted to say to the two professors, they are correct. And the other thing you also got to look at is if we raise our rates and then we know Oklahoma City will be in their talking of it, what if they don't raise theirs? I know we're going to have world-class venues, but if Oklahoma City doesn't raise theirs and we've raised ours to 8 and they stay at 5, I don't know about you, but that might entice some of these activities to go up to the city versus coming to Norman. And then everything will be for nothing. So, I mean, I was planning a trip to another state to an event. We saw the price of the hotels there. We looked 30 minutes away. The price dropped dramatically. And if we do make this trip, we're staying 30 minutes away, because if I can save half as much on a hotel room and have to drive for 30 minutes to get to where I'm going, imagine how much more I can put into going out to dinner, shopping, everything else. So I'm glad it's going to the vote of the people, to the public, but I just can't agree with this, especially with the way the economic situation of everything is right now. So thank you much.
Anybody? That'll be it. Okay. Councilmember Foreman. Yay.
Yay. So in September last year, my work, we held our annual conference for all of our members. We had about 200 people for 4 days at Embassy Suites over there on 24th. Our members are from like Stigler and places I don't even know, but they really love Norman. They thought it was super great, and they made it very clear that they wanted to host it again, this year. So in September 22, our person who coordinates it called Embassy, and they were already booked for September of 23, and we always do it in September. So we can't do it here this year, so I'm sad about the tax money. Anthony Francisco, who was bored out of his mind over there. I don't blame you. I know, I'm trying to get through it. Anyway, so we went ahead and we're trying to be prudent. We've got somewhere else now, but we went ahead and asked for September 2024 at Embassy, and they did not have any availability. Their entire hotel is booked. I can't speak for the other hotels, but for Embassy, they are entirely booked. They don't even know what the football schedule is going to be, and people have already reserved everything because we're going SEC early. So I do think that there are some moves that are happening within the city that are going to see a lot of people coming in and will generate a lot of good revenue for multiple things that we do. So I look forward to seeing where that takes us. But then Mr. Francisco told me on something with the Arts Council or something to that effect. Have you looked at the numbers that were presented or with the revenues, and can you speak to that any? Happily.
Aaron, Ms. Gavigan will tell you that for many years I was an Arts Council board member, but I have rolled off as of this fiscal year. So I did review the presentation, but I can't confirm or deny the numbers.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, please.
Please do.
So actually, the way that we come to our economic impact numbers is through audience intercept surveys. We spend a whole year surveying audience members at our arts events. We have volunteers who go around. They ask a series of questions about how far they came, why they came here. Was this event why they came here? If this event wasn't happening here, would they have gone to a similar event in a different community? And then most importantly, how much money did you spend coming here tonight? So we actually get, that's hard data that we collect. We do an entire year of surveying. We partner with Americans for the Arts on it. We are in the process right now of wrapping up another year of surveying. So this fall, we will have brand new economic impact numbers based off of that. The survey is done in arts communities across the country, and they all use the exact same questions. So it is actually direct survey results for our economic impact numbers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Holman?
Thank you. Dan, would you mind, we talked a little bit in the study session a while back about our rate compared to the SEC schools, or the
Yes.
cities in the SEC. And I know, if I recall, at least one of them was like 17%.
So the highest visitor tax rate in the country is 17%. There are a few Texas municipalities or cities that have that. Austin, Fort Worth were both 17%. Waco was 15%. That's a Big 12 school, of course. But in the Big 12, we're bottom 25% again. Most of the schools were 8%, 10%, up to 17%, as you saw. That when you look at that, we can look at Oklahoma and compare apples to apples. When you start looking at other states, it's a little different. Looking at the SEC, there are some that charge lower guest tax rates than we do, but their sales tax may be significantly higher, or many of them charge an alcohol tax that goes towards tourism, or a sporting goods tax that Arkansas has, so that goes towards tourism. So those aren't as apples to apples comparisons, but you look at budgets of organizations, and we are always towards the bottom when you're looking at marketing dollars spent towards attracting visitors.
And it is correct that Moore doesn't have.
Correct. Moore does not have a guest tax. They only have about 400 hotel rooms. They don't market either. They don't have a destination marketing organization. Their whole strategy is to pick up visitors off the highway or overflow from Norman.
And there's not any hotel. I know there's one next to Riverwind, but there's nothing.
The
not any
sleep in
hotels
next
south
to
of here, are there?
Yeah, the sleep in next to Riverwind is down there, and then obviously Riverwind has a hotel as well. We don't utilize them for overflow or anything, as they're almost always booked with just gambling traffic.
There's no other hotels south of Norman until we get to Purcell. Is that right?
There are none in the pipeline that I'm aware of.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
Councilmember Peacock?
Yeah, just real quick. So I'm in favor of anything that gives the arts or parks more resources. And I mean, let's be honest, at the end of the day, that's what this does. But more importantly, as a parent who has driven to Tulsa and Dallas and Fort Worth and all these neighboring cities to go take my kids to sports tournaments, I'm grateful that we were going to have those amenities here. So I'm enthusiastically going to support this, and I can't wait to support it with my vote as a citizen. So,
Councilmember Grant?
Also to echo that I look forward to supporting this, and that we do have broad support, because I do know there were hoteliers who were asked, and that's 8% is, pretty widely supported. So I look forward to supporting this.
Seeing none? Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
All votes have been cast. Adopt the ordinance upon second reading, passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
motion to adopt.
I have a motion and second. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Passed, and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon final reading passes unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you. Item number 34, ordinance 0222326, upon second and final reading, authorizing the calling of a special election on the 9th day of May, 2023, for the purpose of submitting to the registered to the registered approving or rejecting, it should be to the registered voters, approve or reject increasing the excise tax upon the gross proceeds or gross receipts derived from the rents received from occupancy of hotel rooms by 3% to a total of 8%, and holding an effective date for said increase subject to voter approval. I will entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
Second.
I have a motion and second. This is a companion item to the previous item. Are there any further comments from council regarding the item? Motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council members, you may cast your votes. No, sir, we've had public comment on the first one. I'm afraid I can't hear you.
Yeah, same people.
Please speak. That'd be easier. I'll be able to hear you easier. Can I ask her, answer her question? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I was still wondering about my question about the division. And then my comment about when to put it on the ballot was voter fatigue. When are we voting on water rate increase? And I would much rather do that before we voted on another thing that says it's a tax, even though I know we're going to tell everybody we don't pay it. So that's my concern about the order of how we're voting on things.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further?
I'll answer your question. So the split between agencies is not set out in the ordinance. It's actually set out in contracts with each agency. So we'll be bringing those amendments forward. Like to have them ready by May 9th, but so that we can bring them to council shortly thereafter to be effective July 1st with the rate increase.
Okay.
Stephen, do you want to speak?
No, that was good. That was my. Okay. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Council members, you may cast your votes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead and,
All votes have been cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon second reading passes unanimously.
thank you, ma'am. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
Second.
I have a motion and second on the floor. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Council members, you may cast your.
Cast, and the motion to adopt the ordinance upon final reading passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. Excellent. Time for miscellaneous comments. This is an opportunity for citizens to address City Council. Due to the Open Meeting Act regulations, council is not able to participate in discussion during miscellaneous comments. Remarks should be directed to council as a whole and limited to 3 minutes or less. Do we have anybody signed up?
Stephen?
Ellis, Ward 4. I wanted to just make a comment about what I thought was actually a very successful meeting last night with the Strong Towns folks. I was really taken by their suggestion that we should treat Norman as though it were a business. So I went and looked at some of their literature and came up with this as sort of a nice encapsulation of it. State and local governments expect a return on their investments. Each community should think of itself as something like a business that sells certain kinds of resources, infrastructure, amenities, and access to markets to private firms in return for jobs, taxes, access to goods and services, and other benefits that attend economic growth. Each party receives something of value from and brings something of value to citizens who are the shareholders of the community as well as the consumers of the firms. Each party profits when it values what it gets more than what it gives. As with any other purchase, a private firm should make a deal with a community only if it sees the product offered is worth the price charged. Not every locality is a fit for every attractive firm. Not every attractive firm is a fit for every locality, which I think is really a good watchword for our economic development policy going forward. But sort of more to the point, and I think it actually came up several times tonight, thinking about the city as primarily an agent of the citizens and as having a more sort of conditional, arm's length, maybe deal-making relationship with firms in the community should really be a sea change in how Norman thinks about who it stands in a service relationship to. Because we're dealing with the people who represent firms, we're trying to come to mutually beneficial arrangements, but it only makes sense if that helps the citizens. So we should really be thinking of ourselves as having our own objective function and not really being in a service provision business to local firms. And I think that includes developers. I think that includes lots of people who we've been talking about. I have a little confession to make, though. In my council member Lynn sort of puckish mood, the quote that I read you from before was actually something from a paper that Cindy and I and another co-author wrote about the implications of that city is a business metaphor. So I'll send it to everybody so you can get a look. I think it should be eye-opening to you. I think it really changes our conception of the responsibilities of the city council. So I hope you'll have a look at it. Thanks.
Cynthia?
I promise I'll shut up in a minute. So what I want to talk about is we had a third death in our jail. And as a city, one of our services is police services, and our citizens get taken to a place where we've had 3 deaths since the beginning of the year. And I haven't heard anything, I haven't looked vigorously or, very carefully about what happened with Shannon Hanchett and how it was that a member of our community who was, I don't know how we could perceive her as being a threat, could have been in that situation. And I worry that other people, there will be other cookie queens and other, friends, neighbors, family members that aren't really, that need help, that we're gonna end up sending to jail given what our current policing policies are. And the options that our officers have to be following protocol, but yet that happens. So I know we're talking about exciting SEC and sports and things, but I want us to be thinking about these things that save people's lives. I want us to be thinking about the emergency response crew. I want us to be thinking about, the low-hanging fruit of how we could make sure that we're not treating people in crisis as criminals and taking them to a place where we know they are not safe. And whatever you can do to join me in that, I'll work with anybody, anytime on thinking about how we can do it. But I really wish it was Chief Foster here having these conversations with us about how we can feel okay about calling the police if any of our loved ones are having some kind of crisis. Because honestly, I don't feel safe doing that. And I think we want to live in a community that we do feel safe. Thank you.
Paul?
One thing I want to bring up tonight is I found out that we are not going to renegotiate the contract for the warming shelter. I find that a little heartening considering it's going to be at the end of March, right at the beginning of tornado season. And as we saw on Sunday, tornadoes can happen day and night. If these 40 people are out on the streets at night, that's 40 people with no shelter And sorry, I do not consider a tent a suitable shelter for a tornado. During the day, yeah, they can go find a place at a Walmart, a Target, Sooner Mall, someplace that has a shelter, but at night, these options aren't there. If anything, I know we want to try and find them a permanent place, but I'd rather see the lease get renewed, even if it's on a month-by-month basis, till we do find that place. Because I'd hate to see 40 more people out on the streets and a tornado come through Norman again. We got lucky this time. We may not be lucky the next time. Thanks.
Evan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council. There's so much to say. There's so many thoughts. There's so many ideas. There's so much change. Before I forget, have you been reading the book, My Valentine Gift? Are you breathing perfectly? In for 6 seconds, out for 6 seconds. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Mrs. Walker, I'm sorry I didn't get you one. I went to the Oklahoma City book sale and I found 2. There were 2 copies that had been given up by libraries. It's criminal. Criminal. I kid about that, but what if the city, what if another way that we chose to interact and to establish our credibility in demonstrating our care and concern for the way in which people live their lives and our desire for them to live the healthiest lives possible? What if we bought like 10,000 copies of that book? What if we bought 10,000 copies of, and just mailed them to people, just randomly? Pull out a lottery. What if we bought a couple MRI machines and we got a couple texts from the Moore Norman Technology Center, and we just had a lottery on MRIs for your torso? We would find people who have early stage cancer. I've talked to the MRI techs who do my brain scans. It only takes like 30 minutes. We could run those things day and night and prove to people that we're not just trying to get more of your money, but we're trying to help you live a better life. And I know I'm not going to live as long as other people. And I want you to know how brain cancer is impacting my calculus and my value system. It's been 11 years since I came back from China. Did you know that I lived in China? I lived there for 1.5 years. I came back because I discovered I had this rare form of brain cancer 11 years ago. And my surgeon, his name is Dunn. So there's a unique, a spooky, alliance there. But I want to, over the course of these 3-minute periods of time, really say something that communicates just how much I care about each of us.
Thank you. Anything else from council? Excuse me. Anything else from council? We're adjourned.